Good afternoon. Today is February 7th of 2023, and it's the regular council meeting for the town of Rocky Mountain House. So I'd like to call the meeting to order. And on the agenda 2.1, the acknowledgement of Indigenous peoples. The town of Rocky Mountain House wishes to acknowledge that the land on which we gather is Treaty 6 territory and a traditional meeting ground and home for many Indigenous people, including the Blackfoot, Cree, Saulteaux, Stoney, and Métis. If we go to 3.1, the adoption of the agenda, I believe we have Councillor Phillips has an addition.
Yes, just an email that I received yesterday from the Tamarack Transit System Project, just to add that under item 8.6.
Thank you very much. Is there any other items of or adjustments to the agenda we see in front of us? Just writing this down so I don't forget. Okay, with that being said, I'll need a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
I will still make that motion, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Schiffel. All in favor? And that's carried. So today I'm pleased to see that we have two delegations, and I would like to, for 4.1, to welcome from the Rocky Mountain Bike Park Association, Grant Anderson and Rachel, I'm sorry, Rachel McAdam. Sorry about that. It really wasn't on my paper. So please, it's your turn. Thank you very much. And as a reminder, the middle button on the speakers turns your mic on, and when it turns red, you're live. Thank you so much.
Great. That should be interesting. So from what I understand, you guys all received our package. Rachel's produced a really nice slideshow for you there to see what we're planning for a Rocky Mountain Bike Park. We originally started out with just the pump track, but since then it's kind of expanded on, and we really think that it fits in well with the town and the county and where adventure begins and all of that type of thing. So we can just maybe move on to the next slide there. You guys have read that. So this one kind of shows what a asphalt pump track looks like. There's a dirt one out at Nordegg that lots of people have said that they had enjoyed and used, but they have to do a lot of maintenance, and there's trouble with safety if one of the jumps becomes steeper or slacker or doesn't work out. So these ones are much less maintenance and much safer than the dirt tracks, and this Velo Solutions have been putting them in Alberta, BC, around the world, but especially just west of Edmonton, the Yellowhead County has put in one in every small town along the way there, and I think they've had really high use at all of them. I've been to a couple in Calgary, and every time I've been there, they've been really high use with right from 2-year-olds up to 80-year-olds, and so anybody and everything can go on them. I've seen skateboards and BMX, mountain bikes, regular bikes, scooters. They say wheelchairs can go on, rollerblades. Because the Velo Solutions makes them smoother, they work a lot better for the scooters, skateboards, all the other optional things. A lot of the other bike parks specifically are more for bikes. The one that Drayton put in, we've been up to, and it's quite rough pavement, like regular pavement with kind of embedded holes in it, and it gives a real chatter to anything else that's not a big rubber tire, so it makes it more difficult for multi-use. Yeah, we think it's going to be an awesome addition to Rocky Mountain House if we can get this up and going as soon as possible. We kind of started when COVID was going on, and we were really looking for some activities that kids could get outdoors and do and be safe still, and I think the COVID stuff's moved on, but it's still really important to try and now get those kids out of the basement now that they've been used to being indoors so much and doing electronic stuff and not being able to be outside with other kids and enjoy the outdoors. The other thing we hope that is This will be a stepping stone to move on to mountain biking and other biking. So there'd be the two pump tracks, kids pump track and an adult pump track. Some of the ones that I've been at, they've been right together, and as long as there's a little bit of separation and you have some different level, it's really nice because of course you're going to get small kids coming through and you don't want the bigger kids jumping over them or being really on the same track if they're not the same level. I have seen it happen, and nobody was hurt. Everybody was going along and everybody got by each other, so it seems like they get really used to how the tracks work and who's on at what time and how you wait, or they're usually really courteous for each other, but it is really nice to have a bigger track that the more advanced people can go on and do different tricks and stuff as well without worrying about at all having the kids in there. The other section that we added on was a possible skills park. That would be kind of the next phase. And you have the room there to go down into the trees to do a skills park. And a lot of the places that I've been to, like Canmore, Fernie, Calgary, they quite often have a pump track and then a skills park as well. The skills park kind of is another stepping stone to getting to mountain biking out west, with them being able to do not necessarily the berms and stuff as much, because not all the stuff out west is berms, but to be able to go off drops, to go up hills, to do some rocky areas where they'll have a beginner, intermediate, and advanced kind of going up steep rocks to be able to go up hills and come down the same type of thing, so that they can have a safe practice area before they go out west and really get into more dangerous stuff. So we think that would be really good as well. We've been working on this for a couple of years now, I guess, and doing some fundraising, and we've talked to both councils once before. We've talked to a number of the businesses around town, and there are some that are quite interested in helping out with the project also. We're looking at all the grants that are available and trying to apply for them also. So it is coming along, but we would really like the support of the town and the county, whether it's to help out with the land like you already have, or with matching grants with like CFEP or some of those that you can't get the grant without the help of a support of a municipality or somebody else kind of helping and matching it. Yeah, so that's some of the background to it. They all have different designs and stuff, and Velo Solutions has been designing them for many years now, and we believe they have the best design to be able to flow through, because it's such a small area and it's so specific. If your flow doesn't work quite right, then you can't get around the next corner, you can't get up the next hill. So you do need some expert design to be able to make sure that the track's going to work properly. I guess, yeah, and you can see in that one there is some green space in between. The ones I was at in Calgary, they had grass in between, and so they just did some weed whipping and stuff in between, and Velo Solutions makes sure that there's not going to be any erosion and that type of thing next to it, so the maintenance is really low both on the track and off the track. But when we were up at the Drayton Valley one, I can't remember which company, but it doesn't really matter, but we noticed that there was already some erosion going on, and so the grass wasn't quite holding on, and so it was not only the dirt was breaking away from the side, but that was going to then lend the possibility of the asphalt breaking away from the side, which would increase maintenance dramatically. So Rachel also suggested that what we could do is we could go to like a turf beside it, so that you wouldn't have mowing, you wouldn't have that type of thing, and you could make sure that it always stayed the same. So that's kind of included in some of the budget here, as a possibility of using AstroTurf instead of natural grass on some of those hill areas or areas next to the track where it might have more of a chance for erosion. It also gives you a chance, if some sponsors want to put their names or something, you could put names on the AstroTurf, and that would kind of be permanent in there as a sponsorship package. So there it's talking about the smaller track for youngers and then the advanced track, and the reason we wanted to go a little bit bigger is because Velo Solutions partners with Red Bull, and there might not be a chance for us to get to quite that level, but they do. It is something that they're now doing for races, and you can have competitions, and you could have Central Alberta competitions, you could have Alberta competitions, and hopefully our track would be big enough that we would be able to host those in Rocky, and that would be another draw to the town. Besides the fact that the location you guys have chosen, which is awesome, is right next to the highway, so all the campers that come through in the summertime are gonna see that track, they're gonna see people on it. We're gonna have signage up, thanking the sponsors, and for them to know that there's a pump track there, a skills park possibly, then you got the skateboard park around the corner and the water park. It's all a good location, along with, they're gonna be dumping out, of course, there as well, and visiting the information center, hopefully visiting the new park that's there, and being able to use the washrooms and facilities as well is awesome. It's all right there. I know we had some questions about if we did some of the competitions, whether you'd have enough parking, and they're in the package it talks about having parking along the side of it there where it was possible, with having the visitor center and us kind of sharing parking along there. But also just being beside the high school with a huge parking area, as well as the arena. We're off season with those, and so in the summertime it should be a really good time to be able to have an event, and also be able to have people park further away and come down either the bike path, which is also comes right down the back side of it, which is awesome as well. That was the other thing I was going to mention, is it would be really nice from when I lived in Rocky Mountain House, just be able to leave the kids go and just bike over to the bike park, go to the bike park, and come home when it's dark. And I think, you know, we have a good, safe community, and I think that thing would be, that type of thing would be really nice for younger people to be able to feel that freedom and safety to be able to go do those things and not have the parents there all the time, which, that's just me, but I really enjoyed that myself, so.
I think one thing too to mention about this park is that with the design that we've drafted with Fellow Solutions, is that this is going to be the longest track in Canada, so we would have those bragging rights. And it's a big enough track to put us on the race circuit, so we would be eligible to hold competitions, which would be another draw to our area. Kind of fits in with what's going on in the Nordic area with the Black Mountain trails that are going in, and we have spoken with that group, and we have their full support as well. We've spoken with Travel Alberta, and they're very interested in this track as well. So those are kind of good things going for our park that could bring a lot of people to our area. And not only would this benefit, you know, our economic industry or tourism industry, but the high school students as well would be able to use this, because right now they're currently using the one picnic table that's in the dog park on their lunch hour. So having this park here would give them a much better, larger green space for them to use. West Fraser's going to donate all the lumber to create a bridge to gap the parking lot from the high school to the trail. And we have the support of the schools as well to create that bridge. So the students would be able to use the picnic tables, the benches, and the bleachers there. So.
The other one that was in support was Baseline Mountain. They have quite a large membership out there also, and they come from mostly Edmonton and Calgary, because their centers are so busy near them with mountain biking that they've decided to come out and use Baseline quite often as well. And of course they have families also, so if they can stop and do some pump track stuff as well as the more Black Diamond stuff they do out on Baseline, then it gives the kids a chance to build up and then be able to ride with their families out at Baseline eventually, hopefully. So.
Yeah, it just kind of fits into the whole biking circuit. Having a bike park, pump tracks, fits in with the downhill mountain biking that's kind of growing exponentially in our area. One thing that I was looking online, and I found a little blurb about what happened with Squamish, BC. Their area is about 20,000 population, and they said by investing heavily into their cycle tourism industry that it increased their tourism dollars fourfold, from I think it was like 2.4 to 9.8 million. So just kind of knowing with the location of our town and what's kind of going on in biking tourism, I just think this is a great opportunity for our area. We have a lot of people traveling through our town, and this is a great way to get people to stop and enter our community instead of driving through into the backcountry area. Yeah.
I also think mountain biking in general, whether it's regular biking, mountain biking, cross-country biking, is one of the fastest growing recreations around the world. So It's right timely for us to be able to step in and be able to do this as well as all the stuff out west. So that's good too. Yeah, sure.
So if we forward on a little bit, I'm sure you guys have seen, do I just click this?
Yeah.
Okay. So we did kind of choose Velo Solutions to be the designer just because they're known worldwide as the best of the best. They've pioneered the bike park, especially the asphalt pump tracks. They have environmental impact in conserving foliage when they're doing their construction and design. So it's not that they're coming in to bulldoze the area and turn it all into asphalt. It's really, they want to mimic that mountainous outdoorsy terrain. Skip ahead. There is some safety features that we like about their parks. They have the red and the green lines on the sides and the curves, so you kind of know which level of park you're riding or which level of trail loop that you're riding. But we would have the tiny top beginner accessible park, the wheelchair accessible park, and then also the advanced racetrack, and then there's the skills park in the trees. But if we continue on, this would be here where the parking would be. So we would have quite a bit of room to add on there for more parking, as well as then use in the summer of this parking lot. This is the bridge here where we would be building for the students to use, as well as for the parking in the summer if we had races and events. This would be the 2 asphalt tracks. This in here would be the skills park, where we would leave the trees and just make paths. This is the design, so this is the advanced track, which would be, again, the largest track in Canada. Since writing this, we actually have quite a bit more in donations, so we're sitting just over 200,000, with another potential 100,000 coming in this year. They were just waiting for the new tax year to give that money, as well as we have support from 4 other businesses that are just kind of evaluating how much they're going to donate, but they were considering being larger sponsors as well. And we also have have support from Ron Leaf, who's helping us write the CFEP grant for the 125,000, and we're also have the support of the co-op, and they're going to help us write that community grant for 150,000. So that's really good. As well, we're going to be writing the Canada Post grant. So I think we've got lots of community support. Another good sign is that within 48 hours, we were at...
That's okay. No, that's okay.
We were at 400 people on our Facebook group, but now we're sitting at almost 1,000 members on our Facebook group. So that just kind of shows in how small of a community we are, how much support we have from our local residents, because each one of those members represents probably at least 2 other people, being that they're a parent and have children, that sort of stuff. And business support has been huge. So since starting fundraising in May to have as much as we have, that's pretty amazing. The costs seem quite large, but they can go down if we can get equipment, aggregate, and labor donated, which we had a couple businesses interested in donating heavy-duty equipment and machinery, so that can bring our costs down. We can break it down into 3 phases of build, so that it would just be the asphalt bike park or the asphalt loops. Then we can, which would be 750,000, 100,000 for the skills park, but we don't have to do that right away if we're lacking the funds. As well, we have 250,000 allocated in this budget for, what would it be, like AstroTurf, that sort of stuff. But we don't have to go that high end, and we could do just grass for that as well.
Okay, I'm just conscientious of our time today.
Yes.
Did you have a closing remark, and I'll open it up for questions?
Can I just say Rachel's on the rec board for Rocky, and the pump track's been one of the highest requested recreational facilities for quite some time. It's been on the 10-year plan, which keeps rolling forward for quite some time now. So,
And we do have the support of the Sokowan Friendship Center, so that's pretty huge as well. And also from our local MLA, he wrote a letter of support. So that's kind of it. We're just basically here to request the council's support going forward with this, to put in our proposal with the CFEP grant, as well, we are requesting that if we are approved for the CFEP grant, it is a matching grant, so would we have the town and county support for that?
Thank you very much. I'm going to open it to some questions now or comments. And I see Councillor Phillips already has one.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. It's always great to see community groups and individuals like yourselves take an idea and make it into a reality, which is what you're doing here. I commend you for your work. What type of a time frame are you looking for to build?
We would hope to start construction in spring 2024.
Did we have any other comments? Councillor Hutchinson.
So the material that they're using here, what's the lifespan of it? What's the upkeep? What, are we looking at 20 years before we resurface, or how does that?
I think, we'd have to get more specific information from Velo Solutions, but they've had tracks up for 15 years or longer. The ones I was in Calgary had already been there for about 4 years, and they looked still brand new at that point. They say it's one of the lowest maintenance recreational facilities you'll ever hold that will get that much use. Obviously, because you've got asphalt down and you've got rubber tires rolling on it, there's not much wear and tear to it. There's obviously going to be cleaning off leaves, dirt, that kind of stuff once in a while, but really you should be able to deal with water as well, because there's always the water drains so that there's no water sitting in on it as well, to make sure that they're not having that. I know with the skate park, the kids, when they're really at it in the spring, they'll go out and clean the ice off the skate park so they can get at it. But hopefully this one, with it being black and having the drainage, will actually have a longer season even than the skate park. So. And if it's a really nice day like today and the asphalt's cleared off, I could see kids using it other times of the year as well. So.
And Velo Solutions does have I believe it's a 2-year warranty on their tracks. So if anything does happen in those first couple of years, don't quote me if it's 2 years or not, but I believe it's 2 years. Then you have that warranty, which is kind of unique to them as a builder. And I believe it's something like 20, 25 years that it can last, but again, we'd have to look into that a bit.
Thank you. I see Councillor Auld has a question.
I know you mentioned it. What was the amount of the CFIP grant that you were applying for?
The 125,000 one.
Thanks.
We certainly would like some more information on maintenance, because obviously once it's built, and I'm assuming it's turned over to the town of Rocky
Yep.
for continued maintenance and replacement and all that. That it is, we do our budgets out for 20 years, and so the questions that Councillor Hutchinson were asking, there'll be ones that we will like to have some solid answers for, even though we're definitely, I feel like we've done a great presentation, but those are concerns that we would have, that we would just and I'm sure they have that data, for the life cycle and replacement. I also would like to know if you can have some information about flammability of the AstroTurf. I know when we use the football field at Lacombe, they have serious maintenance, monitoring of activity because of the flammability of that surface. We weren't allowed to have dry fire campaign, propane campfires within 50 feet of it, and smoking and stuff. And so my concern is, the high school students are gonna pop over.
Right.
It would be something just that if you could find that out, as an option, not that it's gonna deter either way, but it's just a concern, because I know that, you do that, then you're oh, now we have to have, some sort of
True.
monitoring of the situation.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to, again, thank you so very much for coming today, and I didn't see any other questions, and we do have to move on in our agenda. Is it a question that you haven't asked yet? Okay, Councillor Hutchinson?
Have you approached Travel Alberta on the granting or the new programs that they've just put out?
For
funding?
Travel Alberta, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, I spoke, is it Lisa.
Okay.
Lisa, I've emailed her. She was really excited about it. And then Grant and I each attended a meeting. So he attended one in December. I did in January. So they were very, very interested in our project.
Perfect.
Just with what they're doing for investing,
Yeah.
for the cycle tourism industry, it was big light bulbs, it seemed, for them. So, yeah, they were excited about it.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you so much. And,
Thanks,
and
guys.
I really appreciate your time today and coming to give us an update and information. And I look forward to hearing more at another time. Thank you. So today we have a second delegation from the Kinsman Club and West Country Canettes with Doug Lott and Carrie Jolfe? Jolliffe. Thank you very much. And so welcome, and I appreciate you coming today.
Your Worship, councilors, thank you for having us. Carrie is the president of the West Country Canettes. I am the membership director of the Rocky Kinsmen and then the deputy governor for Zone D in District 4. I just wanted to, I don't have a fancy PowerPoint or, anything like that. Our ask is pretty quick and brief. But I did just want to speak to a little bit of the history and legacy of the Kin Canada organization in Rocky Mountain House. So give you a little bit of background, do our ask. If you have any questions, fire away, but it's a pretty simple ask. So Kin Canada, our motto is serving the community's greatest need. The organization itself started in 1920 in Hamilton, Ontario. The local club here started in 1942. W.A. Shea, Jack Stronach, and Bill Muir were the guys on the original charter back in 1942. Some of our legacy projects, Jubilee Park, for instance, all the land for Jubilee Park was bought by the Kinsmen and then donated back to the town. So that would include the area that includes the arena, the swimming pool, the rectangular fields where the high school used to sit, where West Central sits now, Centennial Park. The arena was one. In about 1945, the Kinsmen donated $20,000 for that building to be put up, which in today's money is the equivalent of about $330,000. The swimming pool, the Kinsmen actually ponied up twice there. We donated an original $40,000 to construction in the mid-70s. Another service group backed out, and we kicked up another $30,000 for it, which again, if you adjust for inflation, is about $380,000 in today's currency that the club came up with. Kinsman Park, just across the street there, I think, used to have the best and scariest, most dangerous zip line in all of Rocky Mountain House.
Yes, it did.
I actually chickened out the first time I went up to try and go down it and had to do the climb of shame down the little perch they had in a tree for it. The Kinsman Field House at the Ball Diamonds, Centennial Campground, which was put in by the Kinsmen with the help of Helen Hunley. Helen Hunley in coordination, I guess, for the influx of tourists that came for the boat race for Canada Centennial. Rocky Minor football, we got our start with the help of the town and most prominently the Kinsmen. So that's been a big one. The Hal Rogers Endowment Fund Scholarship, both of our clubs give money to students to advance their post-secondary. The Rocky Spray Park, I believe the Kinsmen are a bronze sponsor on that. We work fairly closely with their group. Habitat for Humanity, we've worked with them as well. And the Rocky Rodeo was actually originally called the Kinsman Stampede
Oh, really?
back in the day. So there's some legacy projects there that obviously, Rocky would look a lot different were it not for the Kinsmen. So.
And the Canettes.
And the Canettes, absolutely. I can't.
We're down to the Rocky Rodeo every year doing our bartending.
Absolutely, and a lot of the events that I'm going to speak about that currently run in the town are run by the Canettes, and they're their own sort of standalone club now. It used to be historically the Canettes were really, they should have just been called the Kinsman Wives, right? But they stand on their own 2 feet, and they're not a club we mess with. So some of the events we do run, we partner on the Christmas with Kin. And I know the Kinsmen aren't foolhardy enough to try and do that one on our own. Parade of Lights, Small Business Christmas Party, tons of local bartending. Like Carrie said, they're down there for the rodeo. They did the Indian Finals Rodeo this year. They do the chuck wagons. Kinsmen had done the town Christmas party. We did the county Christmas party. We worked with the firemen on the firemen's Christmas party. bartending that. We helped with the Rams New Year's Eve event as well. The Kinets run the Halloween Haunted House. They did Battle of the Beers out at Pine Hills. They do a great wine survivor. Back when I was just becoming a Kinsman, the Portraits of Honor came through, which a Kinsman had done portraits of all the fallen soldiers coming out of Iraq and Afghanistan that came through. The Royal Kinoilet. I know it's been on a few people's lawns. What a great fundraiser that was.
That was.
And I mean, that was, they had a waiting list of people to get that thing on their lawn and to raise some money. So.
And stay tuned for it to come
It didn't,
back.
it didn't stay on the lawn very long.
No, it didn't.
No, most people pony up the dough to get rid of it and the extra to make sure it never comes back.
Yeah.
But that's only good for the 1 year, so you might get it again.
And it was great to see too. We actually got businesses involved and it went off from there. It was great.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Sundry Kinsmen have a similar fundraiser.
Yeah, exactly. Fast for Learning, and with that, the Kinsmen, we do like a 24-hour fast and then support breakfast programs, and we've worked with a lot of the elementary schools in town. Pioneer, I think, is who we've done it with the last couple of years as well. So, highway cleanup, both of our clubs participate in that. Freezing for a Reason, both of our clubs have done that at different points in time. I jumped in Crimson Lake in February once, and that was enough for me. So,
I did it last year.
Movember, that's a Kinsman only thing, but we might challenge the girls next year maybe on that one. So, we do a Barrel of Fun raffle. We did the talent show at the Legion last year. Dinner and Diamonds has obviously been sort of an ongoing event that's been popular. During COVID, we did the Christmas Eve fireworks there as well. Carrie, was there anything else that you girls had that you wanted to?
Not that I can think of offhand.
Okay. Some of the local groups that we support with Kinsman and Kinet, Cystic Fibrosis is our national charity, so we donate heavily to them. STARS is our district one. So not only do we support that one on a district level, throughout the province, but I know the Kinets have sponsored with them or given them money independently of that as well. The Confluence Society, we worked with them. Actually, the bike park, we were the ones, the Kinets partnered with them on their raffle, which raised them $14,000. So I was going to point that out, that maybe they should have given us a heads up in that. But West Country Family Services, the Rocky Native Friendship Center, or Sokowan, I think it's called now, with their Youth Legacy program. We've worked with them in the past. Santa's Anonymous, we work closely with them. The Town of Rocky Mountain House, the portable bleachers, which was part of the football package program with some matching grants and stuff like that. The Rocky Public Library, both our clubs have either worked with them or donated to them. Pregnancy Care Network, Rocky Minor Hockey, Rocky Night Soccer, 4-H, Clearwater Boys and Girls, the Hospice Society, the Cheerleaders, West Central's Drama Club, Flips Gymnastics, Search and Rescue, Canoe Club, the Learning Center, the Medical Equipment Lending Society, Community Connections, Clearwater Farmers Market, the Leslieville Elks. We participated fairly heavily with them when they're after their fire with their facility. We sponsor some dressing rooms at the arena. We used to have at the old arena, we used to have the Kinsman Youth Hall at the front that was free for youth. It was a space for them to host activities. I spent a lot of Boy Scout and Cub Scout meetings and stuff like that in there. Even to the old day camps that the town used to run. You spent a lot of time in that space, which was nice. And then Dinner and Diamonds, we've worked with just about every school in town, St. Matt's, Rocky L. Their new playground equipment was something that came out of Dinner and Diamonds. Lochern School, the gymnastics club, I think we had them for 2 years, so we had them once when they were the gymnastics club and once when they were flips, sort of when that change came about. Pioneer School, Rocky Band Parents, Clearwater Boys and Girls Club when they redid their accessibility stuff at the front of their building and then put some playground equipment in the back. Currently, we have the District 4 Kinsman Governor with our club, who is Dustin Bisson, who also recently won the Queen's Platinum Jubilee Award for service to kin on a club, zone, and district level. So that was pretty awesome for him to get that. And then both of the DGs for our zone are from the Rocky clubs as well, myself and then Cassie Reeves. And our K40 Christmas party mixer, we actually managed to get Dustin and then 2 former district governors, Barry McQueen and Dick Gerke, all in the same place at one time. So it was nice. You don't get that very often. Former Kinsman members obviously include the likes of Dick Gerke, Gord Brown, Lou Soppet, and lots of these guys with their wives went with it as well, right? Like Doris was a Kinet, Jan was a Kinet, Everett Stewart, Don Anderson, his wife was a Kinet, Grant was a Kinsman for a while. Jerry Madsen, his wife Connie was a Kinet, Greg Gordon, Barry McQueen, Bob Hagsma. There's a list of guys that have been through the club and contributed to it. Am I getting close to 10 minutes? Have I tap danced long enough? Our ask is, we've got Kin Week coming up, which is our group's, National Week of Awareness. We're asking that the Kin flag be flown from February 17th to 25th for Kin Canada Week, and February 18th is our National Day of Kindness. So we'll be out in the community with some events planned, doing some stuff to, again, just give back to the community without it being a fundraising type thing. We've got some stuff coming at the theater, and in the past we've gone out and supported, say, frontline workers during COVID, right? We went to the hospital, we went to the old folks home, that kind of stuff. So anything else you want to ask?
Nope,
Carrie?
I think that's it.
That's it. We just want the flag to fly for a week up front, so.
Thank you very much. I think I'll open it up to a few questions. Counselor, Counselor Cabrera first, and then Counselor Phillips.
I just wanted to thank you guys for everything that you do for our community. It's fantastic. I do have a question. If someone was interested in joining the Kinsmen or the Canettes, how do they do that? What's the process like?
Well, for the Canettes, we do have a Facebook page, so anybody could go on and look up the West Country Canettes, and you can always just send a message on there, and then our secretary will get back to that person. Word of mouth, if anybody's interested. They can either, if it's easier to get a hold of the Kinsmen, we have an email, and we have on our Facebook page as well. We meet every second Thursday and fourth Thursday of the month as well. So.
And similar for us, we meet the first and third Thursday. We're actually into some new digs as well. We got kicked out of our old digs right before Christmas. They booted us out in the cold, but Dustin Lowry managed to secure us the facility where Paderni's Trucking used to work out of. So we've basically got the front of that old building where their offices was. We've done a ton of renovations in there. And we're always looking for members.
Absolutely.
Membership is a big thing for us. I'm the membership director this year, and we're always trying to do stuff to try and bring in new members. That's sort of our focus this year as well, is getting back. When you go, 2 years kind of doing Zoom meetings and stuff like that, it's nice to get back in person. So we've been out and supported Rival Trade and done some stuff there. We went bowling a couple weeks ago just to try and, get the club back together. And yeah, if anybody's interested, they can get a hold of myself or any of the Kinsmen. We have a Facebook page. I think we have a website. And there's, lots of guys in the community. I know Barry talks about it on the radio all the time. With us, we bring you in, you come for 3 meetings, beers and meals are on us. We sort of give you with the lost leader, the old bait and switch kind of deal, get you hooked, and then we get you in.
And then we put you to work.
Then we put you to work, yeah.
Thank you very much. I'll turn it to Counselor Phillips.
I just wanted to again thank the Kinsmen and the Canettes. You have a long, proud, rich history with Rocky Mountain House, and you've done many good things for this community. I look back as a past Kinsmen member and a past president of the Kinsmen Club, and with fond memories. And there's an amazing group of guys, an amazing group of girls, and I just wanted to thank you again for what you do for our community, and I would be very happy to support your ask.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions, and again, thank you so much. Doug, you guys did a great job.
Thanks.
You didn't have to sweat at all.
Well, we appreciate you guys' time.
Yeah,
Look
thank you
forward
so
to
much
hearing
for
from
coming. I really appreciate
Thank
both
you.
of you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So moving forward in the agenda, conscientious of our time today, 5.1 to adopt the adoption of previous minutes. Is there any adjustments to the minutes from January 17th? Seeing no changes, I'm looking for a motion to accept the minutes. Counselor Caprero.
I will make the motion to adopt the regular council meeting minutes of January 17th, 2023.
Thank you very much. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. So moving forward to delegation business, 6.1, delegation of the Rocky Mountain Bike Park Society with Grant Anderson and Rachel McAdam. Is there any questions or would anyone like to, Counselor Phillips?
So just a question for admin. I know we had discussed this for budget 2023, and we put it over to budget 2024. Is that correct for a decision on the spray park? Pump Track Park.
For a budget allocation, yes, to 2024.
I certainly think that we, if no one else has any comments, does anybody else want to make a comment today? I certainly think that, you know, they're doing like a great service for our community, and it's going to be a great asset. My concerns are that, you know, we're a small tax base community, and we have to be conscientious of our capital expenditures, and I'm like Councillor Hutchinson, I'm curious about maintenance costs and you know, replacement, like life cycle and things like that. So I think that I feel comfortable just to make suggested a resolution, just accept for information today, and then we can write a letter that we support the program, you know, but that we will not commit to any further granting until we have our service level review and budget discussions for next, you know, in the fall. Does anybody else have any comments towards that? Councillor Auld?
For administration, do you know when that CFIP grant needs to be in by? And we'd have to, if they're gonna do that, we'd have to get support before then, would we not?
So, Your Worship, to the Deputy Mayor, I'm not quite aware. I would have to look up the granting application, but timing is an issue here. I mean, for construction in 2024, they need to get their funding in place in 2023. So I think I would request or make a suggestion to council that you ask us to bring back a report showing where the funding would come from in our 2024 budget. For them to apply for the CFIP grant, they do need matching dollars for that grant. So it'd either be $62,500 if the county cost shared on the project, or a maximum of $125 commitment.
Councillor Phillips, sorry.
Yeah,
I was looking around.
I would definitely like to see this come back to council. I would like to see, you know, an updated amount that they have already fundraised. I know they were talking 200,000 and 100,000, but it'd be nice to know a more detailed amount that they have fundraised. How much of a ask for the total build is going to be, what the CFIP grant is, and I know they also had the $150,000 community grant that they were looking at. So I would definitely like to have this come back, and, you know, potentially we may have to make a decision this year if they're looking at building next year for it.
I agree. I just think that we're premature to make any decisions today without having a little bit more information. And so would someone like to perhaps make a motion that we just accept it for information today, and then we can move forward in the agenda? Councillor Schipple?
My motion won't be that straightforward, because I do agree that we accept as information, but to that as well, and to Mr. Krause's comments, that we asked town staff to come up with where the money would come from, and if we can support them financially, if the funds are available, to give them a heads up that the funds would be in place, and we do support the project full-heartedly, and at the same time understanding that it would be a shared with the county in terms of support of that budget. So I don't know if you can get that all into a motion or not, kind of a convoluted way of hitting it, but I feel that would be, they're looking for support, and they're looking also for the financial commitment from the town, so.
Yeah, so should we send an email or a letter or bring it up at ICC about the bike park and sharing for that CFIP grant? Does that have to be done in a motion? Is it a separate motion? Should I add it to it? Is it an administration ask? What's the best way for that one? Because it's, I mean, that's key, right?
So, Your Worship,
Yeah.
I was kind of looking at our ICC members to chime in, but that's the rec agreement is being discussed with Clearwater County. We had a initial meeting last week, and the bike park or pump track is part of that discussion.
Okay. So, the motion on the table is be it resolved that council accept the Rocky Mountain Bike Park Society presentation as information and to ask administration to provide a report to council about future funding for the bike park in partnership with Clearwater County. Does that sum up accurately your motion?
I would like to add someplace in there that we support the project.
How about would you like a letter drafted to say that we support the project?
I think that's what they're looking for, and I would support that at the same time.
Include
right.
that and write a letter of support to the Rocky Mountain Bike Park Society as an addendum?
Yep.
Is that-
In principle, that we try to get the funding in place.
Does that look more like you're happy with that motion in its entirety now?
Yeah. I think it just needs a little tweaking, but that's sort of the notion that I have.
Okay. Does anyone have any further discussion about the motion on the table? Councillor Hutchinson.
I believe we've already given a letter of support. I think that was in with their delegation package. And I believe the letter of support that Rachel was referring to would be saying we would support half of the money for the CFIP grant. That's how I understood it.
Okay, so I think we can't give that letter of support at this time without future information. Did you want to clarify your motion then, Councillor Shippold?
Yes. We'll just do a friendly change in that. So if they've got the letter of support, which I've read, makes sense. So maybe we just need to take that letter of support out and then we're there.
Okay. So I see Councillor Phillips. Did you have
Just a question. I would like to see this potentially come back to our next committee of the whole meeting. I'm not sure, is that a realistic time frame, Mr. Kraus?
I wonder, actually, if I could jump in on that one, is that instead of the next committee of the whole, which is Tuesday next week, they have some time to gather some information and invite them back when they have the information and we've heard back from administration, because I'm sure they have other things, administration's busy doing other budget items. Does that sound more realistic?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. March 14th would probably be an appropriate date for us to work with the society, get some answers for council, and then for our finance staff to.
Could we,
budget.
could we ensure that they have some of the life cycle and budget information, like, if they have enough time to prepare for that meeting? You know, with our follow-up on that? If they don't have anything ready, then there's no point in them presenting again, right? Is there any further discussions over the motion on the table? Nothing? So I'll call that, I don't think we have to add that in. So I'm going to call the motion on the table to a vote. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. No opposed. Thank you very much. So moving forward in the agenda, 6.2, delegation from the Kinsman Club and West Country Canettes with Doug Lott and Carrie Jolliffe. Any motions on the table? Councillor Phillips.
If there's no discussion, I would be very happy to make a motion that the town of Rocky Mountain House raise the Kinsman Canada flag at the town hall from February 18th to February 25th in celebration of the 103rd anniversary of Kin Canada and Kin Kindness Day.
I had February 17th when he said it. Can I make a friendly addendum and say that we swap that flag with the town of Rocky Mountain House flag? just for clarity. Just, you know, because it's a flag issue. What day of the week is that? The 17th? Okay. Just so that no one has to come in on a day off to change the flag. Right? Okay, is there any discussions on that motion? Are you happy with what's presented? Be it resolved that council accept the Kinsman Club of Rocky Mountain House and West Country Cadets presentation as information, instruct administration to raise the Kinsman flag at the town hall from February 17th, 2023 to February 25th, 2023 in celebration of the 103rd anniversary of Kin Canada and Kin Kindness Day, which is February 18th, 2023. And we'll be replacing the town flag with that, yeah? Councillor Chappelle.
I just have a question about, is there a flag policy in place, and does this adhere to the flag policy, if there is a flag policy? And
So, Your Worship, to Councillor Shipples, there is a flag policy in place. What would happen is we would take down the town flag, move the Treaty 6 flag and the Métis flag to the left, and fly the Kinsman flag on the far right. So it's order of precedence.
thank you.
That's why we clarified. Okay, so is there any further discussion on the motion on the table? Seeing none, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. Thank you very much. So moving forward to old business, 7.1, the RFD for policy 001/2023, council professional development policy. Mr. Crouse, did you have any comments on that?
Yep, thank you, Your Worship. So council has initially reviewed this policy and asked administration to bring it back with some amendments. And that was for clarification. If it's 2 consecutive terms, then the Muni 101 course would, a councillor would not have to take it again. But then it clarifies if there's a break in the service of a councillor, then it would be a requirement for a refresher.
Perfect. Is there any discussion on those changes or on policy 001/2023? Seeing none, would someone like to make a motion? Councillor Phillips.
I'd like to make a motion that council approve the council professional development policy 01/2023 as presented and rescind the council training and travel expenses policy 010/2009.
Thank you very much. Any discussion on that motion that's on the table? Seeing none, I'll just wait till it's printed on the board and make sure it's as Thank you. That's as you described. Okay, so I'll call that to a vote with no further discussion. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. Thank you very much. So we're moving forward in old business to 7.2, remuneration task force. Mr. Kraus, did you want to start with that one again?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So council has asked administration to prepare draft terms of reference for a council remuneration task force. So administration has done that and is presenting it to council today. I think we pretty much did an all-inclusive review for council to consider and to take in or take out anything that council desires. Going just through the draft task force terms of reference. So under mandate, we pretty much did it all encompassing for honorariums, meeting fees, expenses, and benefits for mayor and council. For members, we drafted it with 3 public members with a preference of one being a past councillor or mayor for their reference. I know council has received an email since this report was drafted with a request from the Rocky Taxpayers Association. So, that would be a council consideration whether they just include it, or just if they wanted to be part of it, they could apply, or a member of the society could apply.
I had a question with regards to who is like part of the membership. Could it be a previous council member that currently lives in the town of Rocky Mountain House that was from a council outside of Rocky? Like, could it be Clearwater County, or like if a mayor of Edmonton moved to Rocky and then lived here, you know what I mean? Like, would it be specific? Like, I just wanted to clarify on that.
Mayor, that would be entirely up to council on the criteria you want to put for your public members.
Okay. Because sometimes people move from the county to town and they have that good experience, or from another community and they were a council member in that community for a long time. It would, bode to good advice, but generally the 3 people would have to live inside the town of Rocky Mountain House, and currently would have to be a previous member or mayor of Rocky Mountain House Council. That's how it reads.
That's how it's drafted.
Yeah. Does everybody feel really comfortable with that? Or is there any kind of questions on that one? Councillor Schippelt.
As I stated before, it's a prickly situation, and so my concern is us raising our own wages. And I'm not sure about a date that, should we be raising the wage if in fact it gets raised for the next council, not this council? And I wonder if the task force would address that, if we'd make that a condition. Everybody knew when they ran for council this time what the honorariums were, what the pay was. No hidden secrets there. And then if all of a sudden, the day after you get elected, you're saying they're too low or whatever, is that correct or not correct? I'm not here to dispute whether it's correct or not correct. I guess what I'm concerned about is how it's perceived out there of, what are you doing? Are you raising your own wage? And you knew what you're getting when you started. So that's the prickly situation that I'm dealing with myself. Maybe everybody else has no issues with it. We look at it, and the flip side of it is, hey, I'd like to know if we're competitive or in the marketplace or in what the normal is. So I just don't know. I'm on the fence on this one, but it somewhat bothers me when we raise our own wage. Just a comment, observation.
So, with that in mind, like, just for discussion, none of us are on that committee as it's read now. None of the current members of council are on this task force. Is that not correct when I read it?
Correct, but we're the ones who are directing.
Right.
We're driving the bus.
Yeah. I see that Councillor Auld has a question, unless there's a follow-up. What's name of- okay.
It's
And
more
then
of
I can see you.
a comment back to Councillor Schippel. In my opinion, the way we come about this was, we wanted to have something in place before the next council was elected, just so it took that off of them. So I was always under the assumption that it was not for this council. It was for setting a precedent moving forward for the rest of them. So I agree 100% with what you're saying. So that was my understanding when we started this.
Go to Councillor Phillips.
Yeah, and I agree with what both have said, although this policy hasn't been looked at. This will be now 5 years, and if it waits another 3 years, all of a sudden now you're talking 8 years of time frame between when it was last looked at, and that becomes, I feel, too long. 8 years is too long to be looking at whether it's ours or staff's or any others. I feel 8 years would be too long to look at, so that's just my 2 cents.
Hi, Councillor Hutchinson.
I agree with all to a certain degree. I agree with what Councillor Phillips says. Then all of a sudden you get an increase of whatever, 15%, and then it's a huge, and there'll be more nerd on that one. And honestly, I knew what the remuneration was, but I didn't know how much time I was putting into the position, and how much time was spent researching, reading, as you found out. So I think it's something that, like Counselor Phillips says, it should be taken a look at sooner than later.
So I like the idea of a task force, so it's like a non, I know that we're directing them for what to look at, but I feel comfortable that it would be a third party per se, with just the scope of direction somewhat. I also think that it's nice to have a different council look at the wages, whether we look at what we currently have that the previous council did, or that we look at what is gonna set up for the next council, because then it's not us looking at ours, we looked at what the last people did, we looked at what the next people are gonna do, you know. And the last point I wanted to make is, I do feel that rather than going through this process, like Councillor Phillips has alluded to, you know, on a continual basis all the time, because then we're definitely on the spotlight, that if we set it up, you know, with a trajectory so that it looks after some sense of inflation. Lots of other municipalities, when I spoke to the mayors, when he had a talk, we talked about, you know, if inflation is attached to like employee wages, and then we also discussed that. It was one of the common threads that it takes a little bit of the burden off of the current council, the future council, the last council, if whatever the inflation rate is, even if we don't go with the inflation rate, we say we take half of the inflation rate, or a portion of it, or we average it, or however we come up with that calculation, is attached to council wages. So then there's not jump up or down, or it's more consistent, and it's reviewed by a non-biased third party is kind of, so that's my 10 cents and a half. Councillor Schipel?
I think the day we put into place, you know, they will be critical. So, I mean, we're probably substantial length of time is going to go into it. Implementation date will be the part where we can have a discussion about when it goes. And trust me, I understand where everybody else is at around this table. I think everybody's we want it right. And so that's where I'm at. And I think we set up a task force, and I think what's been given to us to set up that task force is the vehicle we need to go with. I think you've covered it off well, and I think we just go forward from there.
I do have a question. Just go ahead, Councillor, and then I'll ask my
okay.
question, because I know it's going to be the same one.
Yeah, just with the discussion going around the table, I mean, obviously this topic has been neglected for a while, for too long. And it's neglected for a reason, because it's not an easy topic, it's not a popular topic, it's not something that we want to have to discuss, but it is something that needs to be discussed. I think it needs to be addressed, you know, now, and then I also think at the end of this term, it should be addressed for the next council, so that it's not put onto that next council, and then at the end of that term, they look at it for the next council. So then, but the problem is now it's been neglected for so long that it's tasked on this council to make a decision now, unfortunately.
Well, I'd like to move forward. My concern is the buildup of the task force as written. Just with that, it has to be a previous council member or mayor. Are you know, like with the number of council members that have moved away, right? And then some of the council members could be incumbents, right, and still on council. And would we be the ones that pick the committee? Like, we have so many applications and then we chose? Yeah. So my concern is just that one position, and I guess that'll get resolved if we don't have applicants, right?
Yeah,
That's my concern.
I would definitely think as returning council members, I would not want to sit on this committee. I can't speak for anybody else, but I would think previous council members,
Well,
that
that-
we have a number of them.
No, I do say that, but I'm just saying, like, of the number of previous council members that are not currently on council, that currently live in Rocky Mountain House full-time, is that pool too small to say that one of those has to be on there? No? Okay. That's my only concern, but if if that's fine, then I'm fine with everything.
Your worship, just for clarification for the way the terms of reference is written, it doesn't have to be. It's-
Okay, because I did read, I mean, I read that, and so it was stuck with me, so that's perfect. Would anybody like to make a motion then? Counselor Caprero.
I will make the motion that council establish the council remuneration review task force in accordance with the terms of reference and instruct administration to advertise for the public members.
Thank you very much. Is there any other questions or discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. Thank you very much. So that concludes old business. Moving on now to new business. The council procedural bylaw and agenda review. Mr. Kraus, did you want to start with that?
Thank you, your worship. So council has asked administration to draft legislation to establish a agenda review committee. The logical place from an administrative point of view is to put it into the procedural bylaw because that's dictates how an agenda is formed for council. So administration has done that, and I could just, if council wishes, just go through the changes to the procedural bylaw. And so in the procedural bylaw, agenda review committee has been added to the definitions. So that's page 1 of 42. And then if you scroll down,
Page 10.
to, thank you, your worship, to page 10. Under the section 11 agenda, committee of the whole meetings have been added, and that the agenda is established by a agenda review committee. And it also takes out delegation under that, because that was a CAO. And then if you keep going down,
Page 15.
so delegations, so committee of the whole meeting has been inserted into there, so delegations come to either a council meeting or a committee of the whole meeting. And then in section 14C, it'll be up to the agenda review committee to consider the request, and if approved, we'll place the delegation on either the upcoming agenda or a future agenda. So it'd be up to the agenda review committee to determine which meeting delegation would come to, or if they're going to be heard. And then if you go right to the end, which is the new schedule.
Page 41. Oh, do you want A or B? 40 is Schedule A, page 40.
Yeah, so the amendment to Schedule A is just housekeeping, so that's from council's decision to no longer request department reports, but have a council CAO dialogue. So it's just a bit of housekeeping while we were inside the bylaw. Then Schedule B is the establishment of the Agenda Review Committee. And, I mean, this is all entirely up to council, but the way administration drafted it, so the Agenda Review Committee is the mayor and deputy mayor. If council wanted a third member, that would be up to council, and we would just add a councillor to that. Then section 3 and 4 just is the sections if the mayor or deputy mayor cannot attend it, how that rotation works. So there's always 2 for the Agenda Review Committee, which basically follows the next in line for deputy mayor. So it also has the quorum of the Agenda Review Committee is 2 members, so it's always 2 members that are at the committee. The mayor is the chair. We did establish a time for the meetings, which would be at, I mean, this is up to council, but 3 on the Thursday immediately prior to the council meeting. And that is just to allow if the Agenda Review Committee makes amendments to the agenda or puts new items on, or that administration has time to adjust the agenda before we release it on the Friday. Section 9, just clarification that any council member can add anything to the agenda. There is a timeline there, so it can be added administration has time to add it to the agenda before the agenda review committee. Section 10 is the responsibilities, so setting the list of the agenda items, determine a response for a delegation, identify any procedural issues that we would need to address in the upcoming meeting, determine if any item or delegation needs to be discussed at a specific time. So sometimes we have legal counsel or a delegation can only make it a certain time, so that would be establishing it in the agenda. Estimate the time for each agenda, and really the principle behind that was under our procedural bylaw, if it goes over 4 hours, you know, a resolution is needed by council, so the agenda review committee could say, oh, this agenda is a little too heavy, we can move another item to another meeting to stay within the 4 hours, or determine, no, we need all of these items and we know we're going to go over the 4 hours. And then move any item off the council agenda to a committee of the whole agenda if they feel it's more for a discussion item versus a decision item. So then it gets into proceedings, so administration will do the initial draft agenda for the committee to review. The committee is given just the agenda but not the backing documents, and it's obviously just to review what the agenda is and not to discuss the items on the agenda. Section 14, that's just clarification. If council has made a motion that an item is going on a certain council meeting date, the review committee can't change that, so you can't override council as a whole. Of course, it's a formal committee, so meeting minutes would be taken by staff. Under the MGA, it's a formal committee, so it would be open to the public if they wish to choose to attend, but the committee could also go into closed session if the items being reviewed for the agenda are qualified for a closed session. Then the final section, section 18, if the agenda review committee doesn't have quorum or can't meet, then it just gives authorization that administration can release the agenda.
So I had a couple of questions, unless there was something further that you had to
Nope.
add. So on page 41, on number 8, I was wondering if it could be done Wednesday at 3 o'clock? Because I think I would like to see, you know, like, everybody has to have their stuff in by noon, and then we can just go over the agenda at Wednesday at 3 o'clock. I'm finding getting the agenda package Friday at the end of day and only having one business day of Monday to review it for Tuesday council meeting sometimes can be quite busy, and if we could somehow move that a little, like, to Thursday at end of day, then we'd have 2 business days to review all the packaged documents. And so by building that into this, it would allow for that in the future, if that's agreed on to everybody. You know, just to have 2 business days to review an agenda package for that Tuesday or Tuesday evening. Especially like some people are still working, right? Like, not everybody is dedicated, and future people, like, so 2 business days, you know, the weekend, people have families and things, so if we can, you know, that's just one of the things I wanted to ask about, if anybody else had a comment. And then, should the CAO not be part of the agenda review committee with the mayor and deputy mayor? Shouldn't it be the three of us, or should it just specifically be council members? I thought the CAO should be.
Your worship, I would be in attendance, but I would not be part of the committee. I would be administrative support,
Okay.
but I would be attending the meetings.
And you wouldn't be part of the committee because it's a committee?
It's a committee, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just, thank you for
Yeah,
clarifying that,
yeah.
because
You
I was like,
don't- yeah.
shouldn't you be there when we do all this stuff? Because, I mean, there's lots of things that are time orientated with agendas and, you know, So those are my comments. Does anybody else have any comments about things? Counselor Shippold.
I would just like to ask Mr. Kraus if it is even a possibility to move up that meeting up till to Wednesday, because is the information available to put out the package one day earlier? That'd be the question I have, if it makes sense, if typically the package could be out one day earlier or not.
So your worship to Councillor Shippold, it can, but we have to move some other deadlines back to give our staff enough time to put the agenda together. So like if the agenda items have to be in by noon Wednesday, but you want to meet at 3 on Wednesday, that's probably insufficient time for us to put an agenda together. So we would, move that time, say the agenda items have to be in Tuesday by noon, and then go from there. And then also, I think we would have to change 11.c in the procedural bylaw, or not C. I'm trying to find the clause where the agenda is released on the Friday. So we would have to do a couple more revisions in the bylaw.
If we're not looking at the agenda items, right? Like, we're not reading and discussing the items, that, like, the details for the items, would there be that much difference of work if we're just looking at what items we're gonna discuss on the agenda? Because we're not looking at the actual items, right?
No.
We're just looking
but
at the
it-
titles of the items.
But administration, I mean, I look over at Ms. Breeze because the pressure would be on her. 3 hours
Okay.
to prepare is sufficient.
What about if I'm just putting out options here because, what about if the meeting was the following day at like noon or something? Would that give enough time from noon on Thursday to have the package out 4 o'clock on Thursday night?
I'm seeing a nod from our legislative
Yeah.
coordinator.
Yeah,
in
no, I
this
just-
room, So,
I'm just like, while we're thinking of this, I mean, our packages, have been a significant amount of reading sometimes, and on important issues that I think everybody wants to do a really thorough job of reading and investigating. So have 2 business days with just, I see Counselor Ald and then Counselor Phillips, and I'm not sure which one was up first.
Doesn't matter.
Counselor Ald.
My question to admin is, what are we trying to do with changing this? What benefit is going this route compared to what we have done in the past? The way I'm looking at this, it's adding extra workload to everybody. Everybody talks about having too many meetings, everybody's too busy, workload on administration. What is this adding to the workload, and what benefit are we getting from changing this?
so your worship to the deputy mayor, this was a suggestion by Mr. Cuff, which I think council liked the idea. So I won't engage in the debate, if council wants this or not, I guess. I'll just leave it at that, and council can discuss the merits of the committee.
Can I ask not as a debate, but how much extra workload would changing to this procedure be on admin?
So your worship, to the deputy mayor, it's not a huge workload. I review the agenda with the mayor on the Friday before it's released, currently. So for administration, it's just shifting days versus workload. I think it's more of a workload on council members than it is on administration, because now we're requiring 2 council members to be in attendance.
Is that, yeah. Counselor Phillips.
Yeah, I had the same question that Councillor All just had, so I won't ask that one again. The other item I had was, personally, I find getting the agenda on Friday gives me more than enough time to read the agenda, but if, council wants to change, then that's fine.
It was just a suggestion that, because oftentimes the mayor has responsibilities to attend events throughout the weekend, and then it'd be nice to have 2 business days, that's all. And, just a discussion point, it wasn't anything, it was just a suggestion, if it was possible. This did come from our meeting with, and orientation with Mr. Cuffin, and I think the idea was that, we have more input on what items we'd like to discuss when, or, something like that. Because we're the elected body, you know what I mean? And are we driving the bus for, and not to say that Mr. Kraus hasn't done a fabulous job, but who's dictating what direction of work we're doing on, I think was, and I don't remember who brought this forward, but I kind of think it was Mr. Schipple, or Councillor Schipple, that we started even looking at this. So I'm fine with what everybody else decides, but when we're given a recommendation by somebody that's, of high caliber, when we're asking for assistance, it's the time to jump on and investigate. So this is the result of the investigation of, should we do this? Councillor Schipple.
Having heard Mr. Cuff speak about this stuff, I always think that, hey, if we don't like it after we do it, I mean, everything is changeable. But we try it, and Mr. Kraus and his staff have went through the efforts of putting the work into this to getting a bylaw change. I think we should give it a shot and see what happens. I agree that sometimes if we can save or shave off an agenda or move something for time, I think that's something we need to look at. Hey, I've only been here a short time and I haven't seen any issues other than one meeting where we extended over the allotted time period. So maybe it's already under control, I have no idea, but I always think an extra set of eyes on setting this up might be worth the effort and seeing what happens, so. In terms of timelines, sometimes the 180-page council pack and the 150-page addendum to that for in-camera, hey, there's a lot of reading in there. Do I get it done? Yeah. But if you're a family and you're doing stuff on the weekend, I think that it probably puts a burden on people and maybe a stress level as well. So, maybe getting out this agenda earlier on Friday might be advantageous versus Thursday. I don't know. Sometimes when I get it and first thing I look at is how many pages do I have to read, and I'm a slow reader. I go like, oh yeah, well I know what I'm doing for the next 2 days, and I feel for the people who do have activities planned or family things planned on the weekend, or Monday there's a meeting that you have to attend, and all of a sudden you lose that Monday for going through the package. I think the most critical part of council is being prepared, and so if we're not prepared, we're not being vigilant in what our task is here. So I don't know. Granted, sometimes of the 200-plus pages, some of it is duplication, but man, there's a lot of paperwork to go through, not paperwork, but pages. So I think we need to be more cognizant of the fact that allow council members to be up to date and understand what's going on versus say, hey, this is taking me too much time and backing off.
Thank you very much for your comments. Is there any more discussion? The administration's gone through all the effort. I think I like the recommendation. I think it's well laid out. The bylaws changed and up to date. I just would like to see somehow if we could have it out just a little bit more earlier, and whatever time frame administration comes up with to make that we could have it out Thursday night instead of Friday night. I would be happy with wherever we shifted the time on like Schedule B or however we have to do that. Some agenda items are put forward months in advance. So like the cutoff on Tuesday at noon, I don't see it being a burdensome thing. And there's always the option of having we're having meetings every week now, like 3 with Committee of the Whole. So would someone like to make a motion and move forward with this bylaw? So I'll make a motion that we accept the bylaw 2023/02 and administration make some changes to Schedule B so that we could have the agenda on Thursday by end of day, to whatever else that would adjust in the bylaw. Is there any discussion on that motion? Counselor Schipple had his light first, and then I'll go Counselor Phillips, and then Counselor Alt.
I'd just like to make a friendly amendment to that, and rather than putting it in the bylaw, I think we should just allow administration to try to get the package out earlier, and not put a timeline on it. If something happens and they're busy, so be it. We work around it, but if it comes out earlier Friday, or hey, if we get the odd surprise of Thursday, so be it. But I think rather than putting in the bylaw, we just work with administration to do what they find best for them, and not put a burden on them in terms of timeline.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to other discussion before I make any changes.
No, I was just, the motion up on the board shows that it's first readings. That was all I was going to comment on.
Oh, sorry,
That's all.
to add first reading
Yeah.
to the motion?
Yeah.
Absolutely, I would take that right away.
It's up there.
Okay. And now Counselor Ald.
Just in regards to my conversation before, I don't see the extra workload being placed on council as being productive or changing anything. The way we had it set up before with the mayor meeting to go over the agenda with administration, I don't see what the benefit of having a agenda committee, what it's gonna do to change anything for the benefit. So I'm not in favor of changing the way things are going. I have full faith that the mayor and administration can set the agenda, and having extra meetings to set those agendas, I think, is frivolous.
Thank you very much, and I see that Counselor Boniface has turned his light on.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree with Councillor Alt. I think it would be putting a lot more workload on us, and I can honestly say I don't think I could be part of this committee. I don't think I would have the time. And I think it's running very well, the way the mayor and the CAO are looking after it. If we could get it out a little earlier, that'd be great, but I read really fast, so it doesn't matter to me either way, so.
Counselor Hutchinson.
A question for admin, is there a reason that you added it as a schedule like that, so that if it's not working, we remove it, or alter it, change it, however we need to?
So, Your Worship, yeah, so that's the easiest format. Instead of burying it in the bylaw, it's a distinct part of the bylaw for the committee.
Yes, absolutely.
And having said that, it's not something that has to go through legal to change at all. It's just the attachment. Okay, thank you.
Counselor Capero, you're the only one we haven't heard from, and so let's shine.
Okay. Honestly, for myself, I agree with Councillor Alden and Councillor Boniface. I'm completely content with the way things are done right now, and I don't really see the need to change it. So I'm just kind of whatever, whatever you guys decide. Whatever the majority wants is fine with me.
Okay, so the resolution as it stands is still on the floor. Is there any further discussion before? Okay, so I'm just gonna say that when you're given advice from someone like George Cuff as a recommendation on things, it doesn't hurt to take that advice, and this would be one of the things that came out of that orientation meeting, that if it doesn't work, we could easily remove it at a future date and time. And, you know, we're continuing to strive to do boy, that's too close to my fingers. We're continuing to strive to do better, to move forward with being a better council, and, you know, administration has been so, you know, kind and hardworking to get this prepared for us. I think we should just try it for a period of time. And if we have to, like, remove or alter where it says the date will be at 3 o'clock on the Thursday to something that is more suitable, like on the schedule where it says the time, to make it feasible for people who are working full-time, like, for example, like Deputy Mayor Ald or Councillor Boniface, who's in line next for Deputy Mayor. Maybe it doesn't have to be at 3 o'clock, it could be at 7 o'clock in the evening, you know, because it's a committee meeting, and just have like a quick 1 hour, and then it wouldn't interrupt a work day, you know, per se, and that might make it more palatable to try this. Councillor Schippelt, I see that you have your light on.
Your worship, I do, and if I can just speak to my friendly amendment that I was hoping to make to your motion that I don't think has been captured here.
Yeah,
And that is the removal of, by 4 PM Thursday. 4 PM on Thursday before each regular council meeting. I just want to leave it as it is now. If we can move it up, great, and if we can't, so be it. I just sort of, the only thing I want to do is just have a committee that looks at it, see if that works. I don't want to change
Yeah.
any of the other timetabling, so
So-
I'm hoping you'll accept my friendly amendment to your motion, your worship.
I do accept your friendly amendment to the motion. Thank you very much for reminding me that we
Thank you.
hadn't addressed that yet. So, without any further discussion, I'll just read it out, and then if there's further questions or amendments, we'll go from there. Be it resolved that council give first reading to bylaw 2023-02, the council procedural bylaw. Any further discussion on that? No.
Didn't you have a different, like, wasn't there another motion you were making prior to this?
They added first reading and took off 4 o'clock. Does that make sense?
I just thought it was a different one up there originally.
No, I don't know what was up there earlier, but that's the motion that I made originally.
If I may, Mayor, when administration prepares these, we have them all in draft form, and they're all together on the screen. So today I thought, oh, if I highlight the one they're talking about, that will make it easier. So that's why it just looks different.
Okay, so now there's no more confusion or discussion on the motion on the table. I will call that to a vote. All in favor of that motion? And all opposed? And so that motion has been carried. Thank you very much. So I believe it's time for a recess. So we'll take a brief 10-minute recess and reconvene at 2:45. Thank you very much. So resume the council meeting for February the 7th of 2023. Moving on in our agenda today, we have an RFD for the Clearwater County Municipal Development Plan Review, the MDP. And I believe I'll turn it over to Mr. Schwader.
Good afternoon, Mayor Bache, as well as council. I'm here before you. We did receive a letter on January 19th asking the town of Rocky Mountain House if we had any comments or concerns in regards to the county's municipal development plan draft bylaw 1132 as of December 2022. Part of the MGA, section 636, while preparing a statutory plan, a municipality must, in case of a municipal development plan, notify adjacent municipalities of the plan preparation and provide opportunities to those municipalities to make suggestions and representations. So that's why I'm here today. I did send an email out a couple weeks ago in regards to the MDP, just to let you guys have a few weeks to review it and make comments if you did have any comments in regards to sending it back to county for their consideration in regards to their MDP. So the planning department did review it, and we found nothing that we had concerns with, but that's why I'm before council today to see if council has any concerns in regards to the MDP that the county is proposing.
Thank you very much. I think I will open it right up to questions and comments. Councillor Phillips.
The only, when I looked at their MDP, the only one thing that I noticed that may create some type of a problem down the road is the additional subdivisions off of quarters that already have subdivisions. If we take a 10-minute radius of Rocky and we start adding multiple new subdivisions with multiple new homes on it, how is that going to impact, it's going to increase the number of county residents using the town facilities, and how, I know we have a cost sharing agreement now in place, but 5, 10, 15 years down the road, it may change the percentages of that agreement, just because of the new amount of influx of people being that close to the borders. Go ahead. I have a question.
No, I was just going to comment in regards to the IDP. We do have an IDP in place, which, kind of goes within a couple miles outside of town limits, but anything outside of that, of course, they ask for our, well, even outside the IDP, they wouldn't ask for our opinion, but sometimes they do with subdivisions, so.
I thought I read in here that said within a mile of, like, Caroline and within a mile of Leslieville, or I could be wrong, that it recommended you to use town water and like that it had different. No, okay. I can't remember where I was.
Yeah, Your Worship, for clarification, so in their MDP, they're saying for multi-country residential subdivisions, that they be within, I think it's 3 kilometers of an urban center, but yeah, it did not relate to provision of water and sewer from that urban center. It was,
Okay, so that's what it was then. So when they're proposing to have, I'm just thinking like the future growth of Rocky Mountain House. I certainly would like to see us to grow and expand as a municipality where we offer water and sewer, so that we don't get into a situation like we have at McNutt subdivision, where a perfectly good subdivision was then, whether it was inside before or outside, but it could have the possibility where the town boundaries are growing, then they don't already have town water and sewer. And I just feel strongly that there's a lot of partnerships that we could have, that if it was in a certain boundary of the town of Rocky Mountain House, it certainly would make it more cost feasible to put, for example, what is it called, Dale, between the giant car wash and the graveyard? What's that called? Haskell. Haskell. For example, at Haskell property, if there's some sort of an agreement that, if we're taking water and sewer out there, and then just on the other boundary of that area, like just on the other side of McNutt, wouldn't it make our lives a lot easier if we provided those services? And that's the only thing that I sort of, had questions about. I certainly want to, I think they've gone to some good efforts to protect farmland, and I know that there's county residents that are still looking at that. The only thing that, as a municipal, council member, I would sure like to see a little bit of language about how we could partnership with the town, or say Caroline or Leslieville or Nordic, when you're like adjacent to those boundaries for providing water and sewer before, just have some sort of a discussion, if that makes sense.
I would probably say those properties may be annexed into the town as well.
Correct.
As far as that next, if there's providing water and sewer, we could annex those into the town.
It would be an easier next step, right? They could still have acreages, but with town water and sewer, even if they didn't, the town of Drayton Valley has some partnerships with Brazeau County where you have bigger acreages, but they have town water and sewer because they're adjacent to residential subdivisions. And so that would be the only thing, we really want to grow our urban area so that we can support all of the projects that service the whole area through tax funding. And then, that's just my little, thing. We want to encourage development, but we want to encourage it in the town of Rocky, not in multiple subdivisions in the county. Not that they shouldn't, but just that would help us if it was adjacent. Councillor Shippold.
One thing that's not in here, and to your point, your worship, and to Councillor Phillips' point, I think that we provide water and sewer, and it's on a user pay basis. And so if there are subdivisions going on out there, such as Badurni's or Challen's or whoever's going on out there, I think that we should look at an opportunity to see if there's the ability to supply the service and possibly make money from that service at the same time. Because once you set up a trunk line of water and sewer going someplace, that then opens up all the property between point A and point B for people to hook in and or further developments. And so in this document, regardless of how far out it goes, I think if that opportunity presents itself, and I think Red Deer is a good example of where they're shipping water and sewer to, and under Alberta Health, they're saying that if it's applicable or pliable, if it's reasonable, people should be on serviced or treated water and treated sewer. So I think in this document, as good as it is, and trust me, it was a hard read to read that whole puppy. There's a lot of information in there. I do think that we need to look at opportunities. If there is revenue streams that we can gain from anything, that we should be there. Just as an observation. So let it be, God only knows how far. It's not hard. At one time you had to dig a hole in the ground, but now you can pretty much directional drill anywhere you want to drill. So I think that it could be worthy of an opportunity for the town. Maybe we don't get the growth, but maybe there's other ways of generating revenue, and hopefully what that would do is allow us to maybe get a portion of the taxation from those developments that way as well. So.
I do want to say I think all the county councillors worked very hard on presenting the information. I went to one of their early open houses in Caroline, and they had some good information, and I look forward to their open house on the 21st. And so we're talking partnerships, and if they think of us as a partner when they're doing their planning, it works for both of us, for the advantage of both of us. Any other further comments about that? So I think at this point we could just accept for information the MDP. Does somebody want to make a motion? Councillor Hutchinson.
We want to go with the recommended action, correct? Not just information?
I'm not making I'm not making a motion. Would you
No,
like to
I
make a
was
motion?
going to make a motion. I'm just clarifying the recommended action and not just for information. Okay, yeah. So be it resolved that council sends a letter to Clearwater County indicating that the town of Rocky Mountain House has no concerns to the proposed municipal development plan bylaw 1132 slash 22.
So I kind of think we do have a couple, like, concerns about, like, encouraging development adjacent that look at using town water and sewer. You know, when they're doing they're saying that you can do a subdivision in the county as long as it's within a radius of the town, but they're not looking at, you know, because then if we go to expand and annex one little subdivision off of there, it impedes, we'll have another situation with McNutt's where they have not the services and they maybe, you know, like for the future. Does anybody else, like this, Councillor Phillips, do you similar kind of, like you had sort of similar?
I mean, I think this is a bigger topic beyond their MDP. I mean, this is a whole conversation all in itself. You know, do we supply town water and sewer to, you know, subdivisions or acreages just outside of the community? If we do, how does that affect our off-site tax levies? How does that affect our taxation? That's a big conversation that I think would kind of be after their MDP, or I just don't think it ties in with their MDP right now. I think that would be a conversation after the fact. It's a good conversation, but I think it's a conversation separate from this.
Okay, but we don't have any concerns, but we would like to have future. Sorry, but
Oh.
Mr.
Oh.
Councillor Hutchinson?
I would believe the concerns and things that we're talking about would be part of the IDP. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. Is there any other conversation about the motion on the table then? Seeing none, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. Thank you very much. So moving forward in the agenda, we are looking at 8.3, an RFD bylaw to amend land use bylaw 2020/19, 8.3 of our agenda. Mr. Schrader, sorry, looking for who to go to first. Did you notice that right away?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So, yeah, we're in front of you today for a rezoning. I brought Development Officer Michael Fitzsimmons in because he worked on the project, along with Senior Development Officer Renee Hartling. Michael will go through the presentation in regards to the rezoning, and then we'll, of course, answer questions at the end and go from there.
Thank you, Your Worship, Council. We have before you an application to rezone 5137 52nd Avenue. The application is to rezone the parcel of land from medium-density residential to local commercial. As you can see on the maps, the location is not that far from our town office, just north of here. Just an overview of the statutory plans. The intermunicipal development plan does have that area as residential, and it does discusses allowing housing, but it also does encourage kind of some small-scale commercial and institutional uses for the area, such as like a school or a place of worship. There's no area structure plan for this location, and the municipal development plan does have that area as downtown transition, which does encourage residential, but it also does, in the municipal development plan, it does also mention developments being encouraged for kind of small-scale commercial uses, kind of like a little corner store commercial area to provide amenities to surrounding residents as well. And then with an overview of the land use bylaw, local commercial does have some permitted uses, but also a variety of discretionary uses for different types of different types of uses. The applicants did in their application, our discussions with them, they did state their intent with the rezoning was to do a development that consists of alcohol retail and then a secondary commercial use. So it could be a pizza shop or a coffee shop, barber shop, kind of another second commercial use there. But the local commercial zoning does have those uses like the alcohol retail and some of the other uses listed as discretionary, which does allow the development officers to, when we get an application, to kind of put more conditions on a development permit or even consider doing letters to adjacent landowners or getting feedback from them as well prior to an approval. Just some other considerations with the application. The parcel is directly adjacent to Highway 11, so if this does get first reading, we will be sending a letter to Alberta Transportation. But because of the proximity, the applicants do have to consult with Alberta Transportation either way. And through some preliminary discussions, they did indicate a traffic impact technical memo would be required. And we'll get some more information too when we send the referrals to Alberta Transportation. I know if the potential access to that area does have to be a certain distance away from the highway. And then water and sewer, there's no concerns from our engineering department overall. Largely will depend when they get to the development permit stage, if they do. We'll see what their landscaping plans are for that area, and depending what they propose, they might have to do a stormwater management plan for that area. There's no easements or rights of way on this subject property. And like I said earlier, with the local commercial zoning, it does list several of these commercial uses as discretionary. So if it gets to that development permit stage, we'd consider the comments from adjacent landowners, or we might even refer the development permit application to Municipal Planning Commission, which is a separate body that consists of elected officials and members of the public for their decision. But if this does get first reading and goes to a public hearing, several of the agencies we will be sending referrals to them, as well as adjacent landowners too, and then like Clearwater County, Alberta Transportation, those are some of the agencies that will be referred to. But overall, we do feel this application, there is planning merit to it, and we're making a recommendation to give this bylaw first reading and schedule a public hearing for March 7th, 2023. If it does go to public hearing, it will also be advertised in the Mountaineer for the next 3 consecutive weeks. But overall, we're making a recommendation for first reading and scheduled public hearing. Does anyone have any questions?
Is that our normal period of time?
Yeah, as part,
3 weeks?
as part of the MGA, yes, correct.
3 weeks, thank you. I see Councillor Boniface, did you have your light?
Can you help me out a little better than this map I'm looking at? Where exactly is this again?
It's Coney's lot, across
Oh,
from
yeah,
Jason's old house.
Coney's lot?
You know where I mean now?
Yeah,
It's 11A at the top of the hill.
yeah, right. And they want to build another liquor store? The 14 we have isn't enough?
Free enterprise, Shane, free enterprise.
Through your worship to Councillor Boniface, that's their intent. From when they initially contacted our office, we've had some meetings with them and discussed it through email as well and in person. That's their intention. If the rezoning does go through, there's the several different uses that they could go with. They did state a liquor store and then a second commercial use. They initially said pizza shop, but they also mentioned it could be a different second business use, so maybe a pharmacy or a coffee shop.
They could open, according to discretionary uses, once we zone that, the discretionary uses on page 10 would be opened up to any of those, correct? Because then those would be allowed in that commercial place. They could change their mind to any of those, right?
That's right, your worship.
Did you have a follow-up question, Councillor Boniface?
I do, actually. I'd like to see this not be approved, to be honest with you. It's a beautiful lot. We don't have enough building lots. It's a nice big lot. So if somebody wanted to build an executive-style home or whatever, it's there. We have a lot of residents, a lot of the housing down that street there, they were all old crappy houses. They've tore them down and built some beautiful things in there. And, I'm sorry, but I think 14 liquor stores and 7 pizza places is enough.
Thank you, Counselor Boniface. I'll go to Counselor Phillips.
Just a question, when it comes to liquor outlets or cannabis outlets, is there not a certain distance they have to be away from schools? And I was just questioning if this actually meets that setback or not.
Through your worship to Councillor Phillips, those setbacks mainly apply to cannabis retail. I did take another double check just to see if there was any requirements on alcohol retail, and I didn't see any requirements. They would have to abide by whatever Alberta Gaming Liquor Commission's requirements are for alcohol retail establishments.
Is there any other, Counselor Caprero?
I think it's a good thing that there's someone that wants to come and invest in Rocky and have more business here. I can certainly appreciate where Councillor Boniface is coming from with the amount of those stores we have already. But I think it might be in the town's best interest to move ahead with it. I think to turn business away when they're wanting to come here, I don't know that that's a good thing to do either. So I'm in favor of it myself.
Thank you very much. Did we have any other comments? Counselor Hutchinson.
I kind of on the fence both ways. I see both sides of it. But as for what Councillor Boniface said, you know, who's ever building it is just gonna go to the trouble of doing a business plan, finding out what other services are available in town, if there is a need for a liquor outlet, if there is a need for this, that, and the other. So that will be on the shoulders of whoever is planning on developing it. So, and like Councillor Caparo, I really have a hard time saying no to development in our town. So I would be in favor.
So, I'm certainly in favor. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Counselor Schippel, and then I'll follow
I
up.
just want to be clear on process. So we give it, at what point, after first reading, we give it first reading today and say, yeah, we're sort of okay with it. Is that when the public input would come and the input from all the other agencies you referred to? And then at that point, if there was a negative pushback, then we could relook at it at that point, correct?
That is correct, Councillor Schippel.
That's where I was going. So I'm certainly in favor of development and construction within the town of Rocky. However, I feel that the location should stay, personally, and as a council person, I feel that the location should stay residential. There's a lot of investment on that area, and that intersection isn't really great for a lot of traffic. There are other opportunities for commercial development that are already zoned for the zone that they're asking us to change this residential to. In many meetings over the last year, a shortage of affordable and seniors housing has been discussed both at FCM, RMA, AM, and with this group here. This area would be better suited to multifamily, seniors duplexes, tiny homes, or due to it and due to its adjacency to the amenities that are already there. However, following the procedure that we've set out, I am willing to see what the public has to say before making any final decisions. Councillor Phillips.
Yeah, I'm kind of echoing what Councillor Caparo had said. I would like to see this go to first reading, have the public open house, see what the public has to say, and get the input, and then we can make our decision based on that.
Yes, that's what I said. Councillor Schippelt.
Let me make the motion.
Thank you.
Let it be resolved that council give first reading to bylaw 2023/03 and set a public hearing date for March 7th, 2023 at 1 o'clock here in the town council chambers.
Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I will call that to a vote. All in favor of that motion? And all opposed? And that motion is carried, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
So moving forward in the agenda, today, we are going to, we're going to 8.4, because I missed a check mark, RFD for highway commercial lot offer, and I will turn it back to Mr. Schwader.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the town had a offer to purchase for Lot 2, Block 4, Plan 1425012, which is located at 4212 52nd A Avenue. The assessed value for this lot in 2021 was $236,680. I guess council today will decide whether to accept the proposed offer for this lot, counter offer, or request the 2021 assessed value for the purchase price. So in regards to the purchase price, on page 4 of 5, they have offered $210,000 for that lot. Like I said, the assessed value from 2021 was $236,680. We just finished selling lot 3 on January 20th for a value of $235,040. With this offer to purchase, there was 4 conditions on their offer. One was seller to provide utilities and services to property line, which water and sewer is to property line. Seller to provide access approach from the service road to lot 2 before possession date. Presently, there's a square face curb on the road. Estimated $3,000 for a 30-foot curb cut. Standard practice would be for the purchaser to complete that when development happened. A seller to waive property tax until January 1st, 2024, at which point the development, including the building, will be complete and full occupancy has taken place. Tax amount estimated would be at $34.77. Just a note there, I am bringing it back in incentive policy on the February 14th. And the last one is buyer and seller agree with the buyer will change before possession, which we're fine with that. So I do have some alternatives there and recommended action. Any questions in regards to the offer to purchase?
Yes, I had a question. As they're asking for some property tax adjustments, are the property taxes mill rate listed under, what are the property taxes mill rate listed for that? Is it the undeveloped commercial?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so once they apply, so my second question is, once they apply for a building permit, does that automatically reduce their rate or not until building is completed?
Yeah, it depends what's on that lot on December 31st, I believe, of 2022. Is that correct, Mr. Kraus? Yeah.
So once they apply for their building permit, if it happens before year end of this year, it would stay at that rate?
I believe so, it'd stay at that rate.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We don't have supplementary tax bylaws, so.
right, because if you, that way you get that year to finish construction before you start paying for the, whatever you've built there. So they actually could, in fact, build immediately following the purchase of that lot and not pay for the taxes of whatever they've built until the following Christmas, right? It wouldn't be assessed. So if they built the Taj Mahal
Right.
in August and it was completed and finished, they're not gonna pay a higher tax rate all the way until it gets reassessed at December 31st.
That's correct, Your Worship. So for 2023, the taxes on that property would be the vacant commercial mill rate.
Okay,
Yeah.
And of course, then, at the time of sale, those taxes are adjusted for whenever possession date is forward, so they wouldn't pay the full year already.
it would be prorated,
Yeah,
right?
and this amount is prorated.
It's prorated.
Yeah, for, as of March.
Okay, thank you, that answers that question. Counselor Shippold.
Your Worship, so if the price on the previous lot that was sold was lesser, does that mean there's a difference in square footage in the lots, or what happened to determine values?
Yeah, that is correct. There's, the lot 3 has a corner cut, so it's less property.
So am I to correct, I thought they were listed at 285. I don't know where I got 285 from. Was that one of the numbers we discussed a year ago?
There's been a history as far as, it started at 386, and it's over the years, we've gone down in price as per
Okay.
the assessed value, but also the market.
So I'm sorry. A year ago, I thought we had it at 265, not 235. So that was just my bad memory.
Well, as of, let me go back here on page 205, in May 17th of 2022, council approved the sale price as per the assessed value.
Okay.
So in 2022.
So that's when so
yeah.
we did change it like a year ago.
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so if you look at the price between what it cost us to develop it and what the current retail price is, we've brought down our price by more than $150,000.
That's correct.
Yeah. So, okay, thank you, that answers that question. Did you want to make a motion?
I do want to make a motion. I just want to make a comment prior to that motion, and that is, I want to see construction.
Yeah.
But I think what they're asking is unreasonable. And so, and unfortunately, I feel our hands are tied as a municipality in terms of what we can and can't do. There's some things that just aren't reasonable to expect. So my motion would be, let it be resolved that the town of Rocky Mount House maintains the asking price of $236,680 for Lot 2, Block 4, Plan 1425012, as per the 2001 assessed value, and follows the sale of the town-owned lands policy, number 004/2019, and further that council accept the following conditions. And I think the conditions, we just need to, the only two conditions, one is a taxation one and the other one's with curb cuts. And I think that we just cross them out for the time being. And from that, then we let management go yourself and see how far we can get and hopefully not lose them. We need to retain them, so, knowing what the previous lot sold for, that's pretty much set a market value in there, so. So that's the motion I've made.
Thank you very
And-
much.
And I'm open to any amendments that somebody may have for that.
Okay. So now that the motion's on the table, I'll have some comments to make, but I'll go to Councillor Hutchinson.
I don't remember the conditions on the last sale. Was there anything similar? Did we give them a break on taxes, anything like that? I can't remember.
Through Mayor Beach to Councillor Hutchinson, no, there was not.
So, Councillor Superior, did you have a follow-up? Your light's on, I'm just questioning. No, that's fine, no, I don't always catch the light, and so today it's like, yay, I caught the light. So I don't think it's fiscally responsible to reduce the price or accept costly conditions on the sale, as they are already marketed at a price that's not profitable. A loss for the town and at a loss for the town and taxpayers. Although I do want to encourage development and the sale of this lot, I think fair market value and the current asking price is a reasonable fair market price, and conditions would just be burdensome on the town of Rocky Mountain House. So I definitely support Councillor Schipholz's motion, and I think it's a fair market price. It's standard business practice to try to negotiate conditions, but I feel that if they built the Taj Mahal tomorrow, they're going to get a tax break by not having an assessment done until a year from now. And so they do have that advantage in our community, whereas other communities would, as soon as there's business building started, they do, is it called interim assessments? Supplementary adjustments, and we don't do that here. So they have that opportunity to save some tax money for the remainder of the year if their building process happens easily. I have lots more comments, but I think I'm fair with that. Councillor Schipholt?
Yes, Your Worship, to Mr. Schwader, Typically, this is an unfair question, put you in a bit of a hard spot, but if you've been dealing with the purchaser, what's your observation? Do you think that this is gonna be a reasonable goal, taking this route, or what's your gut feeling?
In the real estate world, you deal with the real estate agents, and you know they can be friendly or they can be complicated. So, ideally, we haven't really started the negotiation. This is just first time, and I guess direction-wise, I know I have direction of 236, and I assume we're firm on 236. So,
Yeah. I think it's a fair market value, and we're not making money. We're actually taking a loss on it. So, you know, they're getting a good deal on a lot. When we want to protect the last buyer that bought it just recently, who's perfectly happy with the conditions that were on the lot. And so I hate to have, you know, this buyer, that buyer, you know, it's for sale, it's a reasonable price, it's estimated value. There's nothing really strange. So I'm going to call the motion to a vote unless there's any further questions or discussion. Seeing none, I'll call that to vote. All in favor of the motion as presented? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Hopefully it sells still. So that was 8.4. Moving forward in the agenda, we're at 8.5, the RFD with coffee with a counselor.
Coffee or tea with the councillor, Mayor, because I am
Excellent.
very aware that there are members of council who prefer tea, a steeped beverage. So this is arising from council having discussions a couple of times at the service level initially, and then again in December, when council did direct administration to look at what it would cost and where it would fall into our town operations and council's routine. So I've got some, I did include some relevant legislation. Our public participation policy does have a few relevant excerpts. Obviously, this isn't, what's proposed here wouldn't be a formal engagement for a type 2 or type 3 decision, but it does say that council shall promote and support public participation. And so I felt that was a reasonable thing to point out, that this could meet your responsibilities under that policy. Because there has also been discussion about how it might affect our elected officials' meeting with the private sector policy, I did pull some definitions out of there, and these meetings, as outlined in my RFD, would not fall into that, would not be governed by that policy, and I really didn't take that to be council's intent either when you discussed it in late 2022, but it's there for your reference as well. So there we are. Strategic plan, obviously connected with strengthening our community, empowering citizens to become part of their community and engage with their elected council. At this point, it's a type 1 decision, so we don't need to ask public for their input on this decision. But if, and then in terms of communication, if you choose to implement regular sessions, obviously there's advertising or paid advertising attached to that. You do have a general promotions and public relations budget. In 2023, it includes $12,500. Since I've been here now, almost 5 years, we've never maxed out that budget line, and it really ebbs and flows. If we've got grand openings and ribbon cuttings, then we take a little more out of it. But the decisions that are in front of you, the possibilities, the options, pardon me, wouldn't drain that budget dry. It can definitely be accommodated with that. Councillor's time would be considered part of regular duties that are covered by your monthly honoraria. So I've attached the link there to the remuneration policy as well. No organizational impact really once we get it up and rolling and ads booked. You know, we're just rolling along like we do all the other scheduling and advertising that we do. So there's a couple of options, and really it's two schools of thought. One, you ask people to come to you, or you go where the people are. So the first option to consider would be hosting it right here in council chambers. Set a designated day every Friday, every other Friday, one Friday a month. We've got our kitchenette adjacent. It's already stocked with coffee, tea. Administration is on site to answer any questions if need be. And then we've got a nice big space if lots of people show up. All of the same applies if you choose to hold it maybe in the mayor's office. It's a smaller space, more intimate, perhaps if somebody wanted to have a more personal conversation, but that is there as well. And then when you go where the people are, you've got a couple of options. So we could use town facilities, the Rocky Regional Recreation Center, for example. Here I would suggest an evening because that's when you see the biggest traffic flow through the building, but again, at council's discretion. Bringing in carafes of coffee and tea, advertising. Also prepare council because administration wouldn't be with you there unless you choose to make that direction. But prepare you with all the copies of the current information bulletins, newsletters, FAQs, business cards for administration. So if you get a question or you need to refer it to administration, or you can answer some of the most frequent questions, that you're prepared to do that. It's a public space, it's accessible, fully accessible building, and accessible for families and parents, grandparents during evening activities. Your last option would be slightly higher cost, but not a significant higher cost, but also a little bit more burdensome on logistics, but that would be at a restaurant or coffee shop. And so we reached out to several. I have quite a few of them listed here. We didn't speak with all of them, but we did reach out to several and say, hey, can we do this if we set up a tab, max $100 per session? We're only covering beverages. They'd provide an itemized invoice at the end of the session to administration. We cover it. So that logistics is fine. The logistics that really come up is scheduling and letting people know if it's rotating locations. So there is some pros to having it in a consistent spot, picking one spot, and then there's also some pros to rotating because you'll reach different people. So that's really a decision for council to make. I mentioned there again, it is outside the parameters of the public participation policy and the elected officials meeting with private sector policy, and they really could be a valuable interaction, a valuable addition to council's public interactions. I know you already meet members of the public when you're grocery shopping or anywhere else, but this could help councillors manage community expectations on your time, by saying, hey, I've got regular office hours or a regular drop-in session. Please come see me then, and I'll be more prepared to discuss, right? There are absolutely, sometimes somebody may come with an idea or a concept that really does fall under that private sector meeting policy, and then council just needs to be aware of what those would be and armed with the policy and say, we have to schedule a formal meeting for this and take their information to follow up directly or have administration follow up as outlined in that policy. There you go. That's, in a nutshell, are the scenarios that we've looked at and investigated, and now it's in council's hands to decide what they prefer to do and how they prefer to do it.
I just wanted to ask a question about compensation. This would be part of our duties as an elected official, and it wouldn't be a compensated time or expense that we would be billing for, correct?
That is my understanding. Our legislative clerk and CAO are more attuned with that remuneration policy, but it does cover, the honorarium includes the line that says, meeting with residents, that type of thing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I see Councillor Schippelt has a question or a comment.
So I'm concerned about the private sector policy. People aren't going to come and see us about what time the sun comes up in the morning. They're going to come and see us about issues more often than not, or concerns or whatever, or ideas. And so I see a conflict between that policy and us putting our hat out there for people to come and talk to us. And so, although it could be perceived, it's gonna be nothing, if someone's going out of their way to find us, they're finding us for a purpose. And so I really do worry about the public sector policy, the way it reads now, and us doing a coffee or tea session, and the conflicts that could occur there. And if we're not just asking for trouble by doing that, if we either do one or the other, but something doesn't, they don't meld well together. I mean, at the end of the day, it is council who has to make a decision. There's 7 of us. No one person can make a decision, and I think making ourselves accessible to the public makes total sense. And, but again, my fear is these people are not coming to talk to us about the birds and the bees. They typically are going to have issues. So that's a significant concern for me. I like the policy of coffee and meeting the people. What I'm fearful of is the conflict that could occur from that.
Thank you very much. Is there any other questions or comments about this policy? Counselor Phillips, sorry.
Yeah, I can understand your concerns with that private sector policy. But I mean, meeting with the public, that's part of our mandate, is to meet with the public, to talk to them, to see what their ideas are, to see what their concerns are, to see how they like the snowplow removal in town. That's part of our mandate. I think if some private group comes in and wants to have a discussion about their certain agenda, then we direct them to become a delegation and present to council. And then we can have all of council get that decision, or get that information, and we can make a decision as a council. And there's a definite difference between the two, like a public member coming in and a group coming in promoting their group's agenda. So I don't see that would be a problem. I think we should try it, see how it goes. You know, if that does become a problem, then we can address that problem.
Counselor Hutchinson.
I agree with Counselor Phillips. I think having said that though, then I really like the idea of going to different businesses and promoting them while we're there. But I'm thinking maybe at the start, if we accept this, that it be done here where we do have admin handy in case things do come up that are questionable. So that would be my suggestion, start in council chambers, and if it is something that's really positive, it could even go to a booth, Market on Main. You know, we can expand depending on what kind of input we get from residents.
So, is there any other discussion, questions, or items? Counselor Ald.
Is this gonna be set up with 2 members of council, or is it just rotating one member? What is council thoughts on that?
Okay, so would you like council feedback from everybody? I'll just go around the room. Does that sound? Okay, so I will start with, I'll start with Shane and I'll come this way. Actually, Counselor Ald, do you want to give your opinion first and then, because you asked the question, and that might start the conversation.
I think if we're gonna do it, if there was 2 people, but with that in mind, it's tough to get 2 people to give up their time at the same time, so. I'm fine with it being 1. I just don't know if everybody's comfortable with meeting individually, or if they'd rather have 2 people.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And I will go to Counselor Boniface and then Counselor Hutchinson.
I agree with Counselor Alt, but I'll say I'd like to see 2 of us, I guess, just because we had another policy about talking with people, and there were supposed to be 2 of us, so keeping in line with that. And more than that, someone to keep me in line.
Counselor Hutchinson?
I prefer the idea of 2, but again, I don't think we should have that in the policy in case scheduling doesn't allow for 2 at a time. So it could say 1 or more. If everybody had the same day, and we were all here? No, we can't do that, but, so.
Okay, thank you very much. Counselor Phillips?
I would like to see two, for sure. If, say you had 5 people in here at once wanting to talk, well, they've got to wait for their turn, so I would like to see 2 if possible, for sure. But again, I don't think that has to be mandated, because if an illness happens or something, you still want to be able to allow one person to do it if they need to.
Counselor Caprero?
I agree. My preference is to have 2 of us here when it's being done. It is asking as well just about frequency. I don't think it's something that needs to be done weekly. Like for myself, my preference would be twice a month or once a month. I don't think it needs to be any more frequent than that. And I do like the idea with Councillor Hutchinson had mentioned starting here, having admin close by, and then kind of seeing how it progresses. But my preference would be to have 2 of us together.
Counselor Shippold?
Well, I will go with 2 people. I think that makes sense. The thing the county did is they put a year on it. They're trying it for a year to see what it does, and then they're going to review it. And I think that's what we should do, is look at it for a year, every 2 weeks. Hey, if nobody shows up, then it's a waste of all of our time. So let's get a feel for the pulse and go from there. So my thought is every 2 weeks, 2 people, and look at it after a year.
So I would like to make a suggestion that we don't use any advertising on page three, that we try it without doing any newspaper or radio ads for this project, as it's a test pilot project, and then keep our costs really low. It doesn't mean that we have to change the policy, just that my suggestion is that we don't actually spend any money. It can stay in the policy, but that's what I'd like to see. It's not gonna cost us anything because it's part of our duties as council members. I would like to see it outside of work hours, because, you know, the people that really want to have questions addressed call the office between office hours. And usually the staff at the front end or the CAO are available to address most questions. And so I think if we're doing this, we have to think about the people that are going to be out there and what times work best for them. And I think it would be outside of office hours. And I'm fine with it being at the rec center or at the pool, or, you know, because there's the lobby of the pool or the, you know, something like that. I also really like the idea that we're rotating through different businesses in Rocky, because then we could highlight shopping local and things like that. So those are the things that I really like. I'm fine if it's 1 person or 2 people. I have always had an open door policy, and I do get a number of things while I'm out and about at the grocery store or anywhere else, and I always take time to talk to the people. And obviously, if it's like a group or something, it gets referred back up. But I do think that that's a little bit of a concern, because still, like Mr. Shippold said, with this being said, that policy sort of hinders us, because sometimes those groups want to talk to us individually and get our feel on something before they present it to council, so that they can answer or address those concerns before they present. You know, if, for example, Company X had the opportunity to come and individually talk to each of us before presenting at council, then they wouldn't have to come back maybe a second time, because they would have more information with them, so that when everybody's asking questions, they're better prepared. So I like that we could talk to people, even if it's someone from a group. And that policy is concerning, because we certainly wouldn't want to get anybody into hot water over it. So I'm fine with it, but I just really think it should be outside office hours. I did coffee with the counselor at the County of Clearwater right after our last meeting, because Daryl was already there. And I phoned him and I said, when can I meet with you to discuss things? And he goes, as it happens, I happen to be in the office right now. And his feedback is there's times where he ate all of the Timbits and times where he didn't get any of the Timbits. So I think it will just take some time to see. I know the mayor of Sylvan Lake is doing it, and she's rotating through all kinds of things. She's doing different like rec centers, and she's also doing like different coffee shops, and she's spreading it all different area, like times. So maybe this week it could be at town office at this time, and maybe next month it could be at Edo Japan at some other time, and then it could be at the rec center at a different time, just so that we can catch all the like all the different groups of people who might not be able to come during business hours.
Are you familiar, like, with Sylvan Lake then? Who's doing their scheduling? Do you have an idea?
I didn't ask Megan, I just follow her Facebook. And so whenever she does a meeting, she puts on the little sandwich board like Laura suggested, and there's a rotating schedule, and it's pretty frequent. But I didn't have opportunity between Friday at 4:30 today to phone her and ask her how that works in detail. Yeah, so, but I can reach out to her and get more information, or we could have administration phone. I'm sure that, not Sean, the CAO, it's not Sean. No, it's Sylvan Lake.
It used to be Wally. I can't remember his name now.
I can
Yeah.
see his face.
I can
His
contact my colleague, my peer. in
Oh, yeah, so
communications.
we could contact, because they have been already doing it. We could, and I know that the county does it, Wednesdays between 10 and noon, because that's what time Daryl was there. And I think they'll have been rotating through. And I could be not 100%, I just know that, I asked Daryl how it was going, and he goes, sometimes there's a lineup, and sometimes I eat all the Timbits. But don't tell his wife, because he's diabetic. So I'm just kidding, Penny's fine. Counselor Phillips.
I like the idea of rotating it around to different businesses, different areas, but also different times of the day, so that sometimes it'll be in the evening, sometimes it'll be in the morning, sometimes in the afternoon, so we can catch as many people as possible. So I think we leave it up to admin to set up times and dates and places, and then we can reply as to who's available to take those times and dates and places.
So I certainly, Counselor Schippel, and then I have a follow-up.
Councillor Phillips, to yours, if I can, your worship, I would make a motion that we just go ahead with what Councillor Phillips basically said, that it be resolved that council establish regular times for informal public meeting sessions to be held twice a month, one in the earlier part of the day, one in the later part of the day, and preferably one time at a town location, and the second location would be chosen by administration to meet at a business. And that the sessions would be 2.5 hours.
So
May I ask, Mayor, if council would like to put a timeline parameters on that? Administration to schedule them for the next 6 months, the next 10 months, or in perpetuity?
Let me add on to my motion. That we do a schedule for the next 6 months, and that we do the program for 1 year. And then at 1 year, we review it. Does that capture everything we need?
Yeah. So when we're doing this schedule, we'll have like a rotating schedule of all, like as many businesses as possible, and also to make sure that we don't miss any council members, so that everybody has a turn. It's like nobody can go this way. It's always like Tina and someone else, because they were free that time. So I think that's going to be important.
To that motion as well, 2 council members.
2 council members, okay. Boy, that's a heck of a motion. Counselor Auld.
I'm just concerned about being twice a month. I know everybody is busy on a regular basis, and then adding twice a month on there. Would it be possible to do test pilot for once a month?
Well, I think it's consistency. Personally, I think consistency. We could set it up at however we wanted, but if we're just doing it once a month, I don't think it's given enough consistency to the project. And really, in 1 month, someone won't have a turn because there's 7 of us, right? 1 month, someone will not have a turn. And so it's not gonna be too burdensome, because really, if you split it out that way, it's really only one meeting a month, except for that one person who it would be like however it works out. I don't think it's be bad. It's be one meeting a month.
What does the county do
The county does it every week,
every week?
And some weeks twice.
depending on what their schedules are. Oh,
I-
yes, sorry, I was
If-
like dealing with that. Counselor Phillips.
If we do it every second week, if I do the math, it basically works out to one time every month and a half. The two of us would be, that you're individually gonna be there.
That's what I just said, and then one person wouldn't even have a turn that month. Thanks for checking my math. Anybody else have any comments on that? Tina, I think this was like, you were really keen on it. Are you happy with the motion as it reads? We're not reading it right now because we're doing 2 jobs, but are you happy with that? Is there any further discussions or questions on that motion? Okay, so I'll just let Laura write that all up because it was like a mouthful.
So Mayor, this is what I have. Be it resolved, the council establish regular times, 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening, for informal public meeting sessions with a preference for 2 council members to be held twice a month, alternating between the town office and alternating between businesses for the next year, with sessions being 2.5 hours.
And scheduling just for 6 months.
2 people?
Yeah, she said 2 people.
And scheduling for 6 months, not a year?
We're doing it for a year, but we're only scheduling the next 6
Okay.
months. Is that correct, Mr. Schippold? Counselor Schippold? Tracy, you're amazing to have all that down.
6 months.
Okay, is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. Thank you very much. So, that concludes 8.5, and now we're gonna look at 8.6 of the addition to the agenda, the Tamarack Transit System Project. And I believe I'll let Counselor Phillips speak to that. Is that
Sure.
correct?
Yeah, I just received an email yesterday regarding the Tamarack Transit System Project, that they're having community engagement sessions. And the next session in Rocky Mountain House is gonna be next Wednesday. I'm not sure if the rest of council had received that email or not, so I made sure I forwarded it on to everybody saw it. I think it's definitely something that's important. It's a good, it's something that the community is lacking and probably could use, so it would be worthwhile for us to at least attend and get information to see what the project is entailing and what it's about.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you very much.
I don't know if we need to speak at this event, but just to attend the event, I think
Yeah.
would be important.
So do we need a resolution to it?
Yeah, I just
Sorry,
have a
I'll go-
question.
Yeah.
Was it the 15th of February at the meeting?
Yes.
So the 3 of us are not going to be here that night. We're going to the Brownlee Emerging Trends meeting, so that would leave it up to the 4 who are not going to that, so.
Yeah, I don't have my daytimer with me to commit to anything. Can we just leave this up to say that if someone would like to attend, or would you like to see for sure someone be committed to attending?
I just think if someone can attend it, then we should be attending it, that's all.
Okay. So, do you want to just accept it for information then, or do you want to make a motion for something else? Can we just accept for information if you can go? Is there any questions about this?
I'll make a motion that any council members that wish to attend this transit or Tamarack Transit System Project meeting would let admin know that they're able to attend it.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any further discussion about that motion? Okay, so I'll call that motion to a vote. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. Thank you very much. So, I think at this point, I would like to take another break for 10 minutes, if that sounds fair. So I'll just have a brief recess for 10 minutes and then we'll resume. Thank you. It's okay, thank you very much. Welcome back to the council meeting for the Town of Rocky Mountain House for February 7th of 2023. We're moving forward in our agenda, and we're at correspondence for action 9.1 Economic Development Association 2023 Conference. Councillor Hutchinson, did you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I would like to have council's approval to attend this. I know our EDO is going as well, but I think it's important to have a different perspective from a council member. I realized that when I did the ARPA conference, that staff look at things one way and council looks at things in a different way. I think it kind of ties in too with what I've been educating myself on in regards to the Travel Alberta tourist destination zones as well, and ties into our strat plan with building onto economic development for our area.
Does anybody have any questions? Councillor Phillips?
Not a question, just a comment. I will be attending this conference through Community Futures, on the Community Futures Board that I sit on, so I will be attending this conference as well.
Have you attended one of those before?
No, I haven't, no.
Councillor Auld, have you attended something like that before? No. Is there any discussion? Okay, did somebody want to make a resolution?
I'll make the motion that council gives permission to Councillor Hutchinson to attend this with Glenn Phillips.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of that motion, and that's carried. Thank you very much. So 9.2, request from Girl Guides of Canada for World Thinking Day, February 22nd, 2023. Mr. Kraus, did you want to speak to that?
Yep, so thank you, Your Worship. So it's a request from the Girl Guides to light up Town Hall in blue on February 22nd.
And we've done that in the past. It's not a big deal. It's just to change some bulbs around the.
We put lights, that, yeah, shine.
Yes. Thank you very much. Is there any discussion about that item? Would anybody like to make a motion? Councillor Hutchinson.
I'll make the motion to light the town hall blue for Girl Guides Day, or World Thinking Day on February 22nd.
Thank you very much. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. Go Girl Guides. Were you Girl Guide, Marley? Nope. Nope. Tina? Nope. I was a daffodil and then I was a brownie leader. Sparks leader. They're a Spitfire bunch. So moving forward in the agenda, 9.3, invitation to request a meeting with the Minister of Municipal Affairs, Mr. Kraus.
Yeah, so thank you, Your Worship. So we received an invitation from Minister Schultz to meet while we're at the Municipal Leaders Caucus, if we wish, and to bring forward any items of concern we may have with municipal affairs. As council is aware, probably the most recent one was a little bit of downloading onto municipalities, like for the Hospice Society and funding for that. So just one suggestion if council wants to meet with the minister.
So, I think it's Councillor Boniface and I that will be attending that, and I certainly would like to have Rebecca Schultz's ear for a moment, talking about downloading of services on municipalities. I think that's a great opportunity. We could also bring up, some of the social services and, other items that are of concern. Councillor Phillips, sorry.
Sorry, another topic that could probably be brought up, and I'm sure they've heard this lots, is the LGFF funding and how that's going to impact us once they get rid of MSI and go with LGFF.
Is that something that's in there? Because she had specific criteria that it had to fit in. Is that correct?
Yeah, Your Worship, and LGFF is right under municipal affairs mandate.
Yeah.
I don't know how much discussion could occur there because it's really sitting with Alberta municipalities and RMA at this time. They've both put forward their recommendation, but an update on it, I guess, would be.
Yeah, I'm sure we're gonna get
suitable.
that. Counselor Hutchinson.
I also had written down LGFF, library funding and funding for aging infrastructure.
So that would be all in LGFF is infrastructure funding, correct?
Yes.
Yep. So just the two items, anything else? No, perfect. So then I'll make the resolution that we accept the invitation to request a meeting with Minister of Municipal Affairs, Rebecca Schultz, Honorable Minister Rebecca Schultz, and that we say that we're gonna discuss LGSFF funding, infrastructure, and social services downloading. Is that? Oh, sorry, and the third one would be library funding. Yeah. Is there any questions or discussion on that motion on the table? Seeing none, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of that motion, and that's carried. Thank you very much. Starting to sound froggy. So the last item for correspondence for action is the Mountain Rose Women's Shelter 2023 Gala Invitation. So they will have a, did somebody want to talk about that, or I already talked to Cindy about it. So they've invited a representative of the town of Rocky Mountain House. They have 2 seats at the head table for a representative from the town, 2 from the county. Jason Nixon, our MLA, will be there, and I don't know who else is up at the table. So it's a Friday, and it's on the 24th of February. Is that the right day? Yeah. Okay. Good. And so I will not be able to speak for the town of Rocky Mountain House. So I will need Councillor Alt. Are you available?
I checked my calendar, I'm not available that day.
You're not available. It falls on reading week, or there's no school that week, just, the Friday after Family Day. So the next person in line to give that address would be Shane, because he's the, hello, Shane. I think you're coming anyways, it's just you won't get to sit with me now.
I'm going, and yes, I will.
Okay, perfect. And so obviously it's open for anybody else to attend that evening. And so it's a good charity.
I'll be out of town this day, so unfortunately I won't be able to attend.
So we'll leave it at that then. So we'll have administration respond that Councillor Boniface will be attending to give greetings from the town. Do I have to put that in a motion, or is that okay to do it like that? So I can make the motion that, or somebody else, would somebody else like to make the motion? I'll just make it. Resolve that council accept the Mountain Rose Women's Shelter 2023 Gala invitation for February 24th, 2023, and have Councillor Boniface attend and bring greetings on behalf of Town Council. All in favor of that motion, if there's no more discussion? Oh, good, excellent. Sorry, I'm like cognizant of our time. We still have quite a few agenda items. So thank you very much. That's carried. So moving forward in the agenda, correspondence for information. Is there any items on the correspondence for information that anyone would like to discuss? Seeing none, would someone like to make a motion about the correspondence for information items? Councillor Alt.
I'll make the motion, we accept 10.1 to 10.8 as information.
Thank you very much. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. Thank you very much. So we're now moving on to 11.1, the mayor's report. I actually didn't look at it. Is there any questions on the mayor's report? Counselor Shipple.
Your worship, can I back this up about the biology casework analysis agreement? Can I back it up to that? I'm sorry, I know we made a motion to accept this, but this has to do with policing. And in their letter, it indicates the Rocky Mountain House detachment. And I'm wondering if it's prorated for the amount of members we have, or if we have to pick up the whole bill for the whole Rocky Mountain House detachment.
So, your worship, it's not for the whole detachment, it's just any incident that occurred within town that gets sent out for, and then it's pooled, and then we're given a percentage of it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it doesn't indicate that in there, it just says Rocky detachment, so, thank you.
And will this letter also be given to the policing committee? Okay, thank you. Anything else? Is there any questions for the mayor's report? Would anybody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the mayor's report as presented.
Thank you very much. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. Counselor Ald, does anybody have any questions, or Counselor Ald, did you want to say anything about your report?
No,
Thank you very much. Any questions for Counselor Ald? Moving forward, Counselor Boniface. Counselor Boniface, did you want to make any comments? Does anybody have any questions for Counselor Boniface? Moving forward, Counselor Caprero, did you have any comments you wanted to highlight? Does anybody have any questions for Counselor Caprero? Counselor Hutchinson, did you have any highlights you wanted to discuss?
Yeah.
Thank you.
The first one was a positive ticket event. I attended with the CPOs, and it was well attended. I think there was about 120 ticketed children, and just the prizes, the things that were donated from our community was just amazing. I don't think anybody left with less than 5 prizes, be it gift cards or things like that. So that was really fun to do. So the Travel Alberta Town Hall that I did in Sylvan Lake, so it was kind of just a information session that started with how Alberta tourism has shifted from just a marketing agency to a provincial destination management organization. So I spoke before that they've created 10 new tourist destination zones. So the town halls were held in each of the 10 different zones, and we were all introduced to the plans that's coming up and to get feedback. There was a really good roundtable discussions where we gave ideas and thoughts about, well, there was a long-term strategy table discussion which had questions like, how do we foster collaboration between Indigenous and non-Indigenous and more people to tour, things like that. So that was really interesting. And then Councillor Phillips and I also attended the Destination Development Workshop, which was the corridor, the zone between Cochrane and Rocky. And at that time, we discussed, we did a lot of breakout sessions on the different plans, or pardon me, the different strategies that they've set up to make our province, not more of a destination for people to come to and have experiences. They've also got investor opportunities if you're a business, a travel business, to add to your, say you have a campground, but to make it a glamping campground to connect the areas. So you might go to this one here, this one here, this one here. So it was very interesting, and hopefully the end of March is when those plans are supposed to be finished and then taken to the next level. So it was really interesting.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Councillor Hutchinson? Okay, so moving forward, Councillor Phillips, did you have any items you wanted to highlight?
Just to elaborate on Councillor Hutchinson's about the Travel Alberta Planning Workshop, one of the things that was very pointedly noted to us is that we don't have a destination marketing organizer for our region, and that is something that should be looked at in the future.
And I'm sorry, what was it called again?
Destination Marketing Organizer, DMO, for our region, or for our zone. And I also attended the Homeless Initiative Workshop on behalf of the mayor on the 24th, and one of the discussion points that came out of that was looking for a resolution towards AM, Alberta municipalities, for social homeless needs. And I know we're already looking at putting together a hospice society resolution, and I'm wondering if maybe we can expand that beyond just hospice society, but social needs as in homeless, hospice society, mental health, addictions, like if we should expand that resolution to encompass more than just hospice.
Like, I certainly think that we could present more than one resolution.
Or we can present more than one resolution.
At the
yeah.
RMA, the County of Clearwater partnered up, and I think they presented five. Shane, you were there, 5 or 6? Because I was snapping pictures of them guys left and right when they were presenting them. And so I would really like to see maybe two, like, I think that's a great idea, just to expand and to do that.
Yeah, homeless is an issue that's hitting every municipality, and it's not being funded. The big cities are getting some of the funding, but none of the small rural areas are getting any funding, and quite honestly, the people are slipping through the cracks. So maybe that's something that we look at doing, another resolution at AM for homeless, homeless initiatives in smaller communities. And that was it.
Thank you very much for attending that. I really appreciate that. Does anybody have any questions for Councillor Phillips about his report? Councillor Shipple, your light is on. Is it just ready?
It's on because I'm going to speak. 'Cause I'm ready.
Okay, so I'm just,
Your
I'm just
worship.
checking. So Councillor Shipple.
Just want to know if there's any questions to my report. So to this report, I had a phone call yesterday from a previously elected official that was sitting at this table, who indicated that the reports from councillors were very weak. And they felt that we need to ratchet it up a bit when we do our reports. Now, when Mr. Cuff was here, he indicated that sometimes reports aren't a good thing because you miss something and then you're in more trouble than anything. So Mr. Cuff's point was, he questioned the validity or the value in doing reports. And the person who phoned me yesterday, they really questioned that it's hard to read a report when there's no information there, that we just basically put a couple motherhood statements down and away we go. So they just wanted to bring it to council attention that they thought we need to ratchet it up a notch. And my rebuttal to that was, well, Mr. Cuff had indicated that that's maybe not where we need to go. So I'm just bringing that forward for everybody to know.
I thank you for bringing that up. I think when we present our agendas for when we, Councillor Hutchinson, for example, presented the Seniors Council. Is that what you did this week? I printed it off. And it was good. It was good to know what all happened. How much more information do they need?
I'm just bringing it forward so everybody knows, because I'm sure everybody else may be getting a phone call from this individual. They may and they may not, so if she chooses to phone, then she chooses to phone, so.
Does anybody have any questions for Councillor Shippold? So I will make a resolution to accept for information 11.2 all of the councillor reports. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. Thank you very much. So on our action list, 12.1, I will turn that over to Mr. Kraus.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Does council want me to go through the unfinished items, or does council have any questions quickly?
I think I'll just ask if anybody has any questions cognizant of our time today, because we have big items in our in the agenda still. No questions? Would somebody like to make a motion to accept for information?
Also make that motion that we accept this for information purposes.
Thank you very much. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. Confirmation of the committee of the whole meeting.
So, Your Worship, yes.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I just read the title.
Yeah,
That's
so-
all I did.
yeah. So, Your Worship, we do have an agenda for the committee of the whole meeting for next
Okay.
week, so.
So, I'll make that motion. Be it resolved that council accept the confirmation of the committee of the whole meeting as information. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Do we have any administrative inquiries today? I see two, so I'll go to Councillor Shiphold and then Councillor Phillips.
I have far more than two.
Okay, well, do all the ones that
Okay.
you have, and then we'll go to Councillor Phillips.
So the first question I have is, at what point are we gonna get to 2022 year-end numbers? Because typically you would get those sometimes after the year end, so I'm just wondering when that would happen.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Quinlan.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Shiphold. We're just in the process of doing the year-end right now, preparing the working papers. So usually or year-end numbers for every year. We usually present the audited financial statements the end of April, because that's how long the process takes. We do the working papers, they come in and audit in March, and then draft the statements, so they're presented the end of April. The deadline for submission to municipal affairs is May 1st.
So then to that, quarterly financial statements, so just to where we're benchmark where we're at.
Right,
When would do we get that here? or-
Yes, you do get quarterly financial statements. So we do March, June, and then September. My ultimate goal would be, and I'd have to go back and look, is to have them say for the last council meeting in the month following, just depending on, sometimes things then if we can't get them done for there, we do them the first meeting of the following. So March would be either the end of April or the first meeting in May, and we present you with, it's a rolled up operating statement with a variance report as well as a capital statement.
Okay. So now going back to the 2022 year end, is
Right.
there a draft copy we get before the audited? I mean, granted, we need the audited, I'm just wanting to know, at what point do we know where we're at from last year's numbers, that this year's numbers are making sense?
Typically, we don't do anything prior to the audited statements. My logic or the reasoning is just because things can change when we're doing the year end. There's a lot of big year-end journal entries that we do that impact your potential surplus or deficit. So we typically don't do anything until April.
Okay.
And in the past, I know there are, and I don't know if a lot of places do it, would potentially do a projection. But what I find is you do a projection, but there's so many changes, then you have to explain the projection against, like, it's just, there's so much going on in the year end.
I hear you. Typically in a business, you want to know where you're at every month.
Yeah.
And in your own household, you want to know where you're at every month. And so 4 months down the road, I guess if that's what it takes, that's what it takes, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess the only comment I can make to that is I have found that typically municipal expenditures, they're so seasonal that here and in my previous employment, I found that they were almost identical year over year. So there's not a lot of big unusual expenditures. So we do stay pretty much on target. But I do understand what you're saying.
Okay. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. So the person who called me yesterday had asked what George Cuff cost us. Is that a number that can be published, or is that a number that cannot be published?
No, so Your Worship, to Councilor Shiphold, no, it was a budgeted item. It was in our budget. The cost for Mr. Cuff was $10,500 plus mileage, so that's 400 and some kilometers, and I think he charged 55 cents per kilometer.
Thank you for that. And if they're watching, they'll have watched that. My next question is about the need for the directors here for all the council meetings. And so if we get rid of reports and the counselors are here, so if we have a meeting for 4 hours and we have 4 directors here, we're losing in excess of a week every month in terms of time when they're here versus time in the field or time working. And now that you're gonna be our reporting person and our go-to person and really our only employee, and I appreciate the fact in this case there's a question asked, I wanna know if it's value to this council and to have the directors here at every meeting, understanding we're tying them up for the equivalent of in excess of a week's worth of time in the field.
So, Your Worship, to answer Councilman Schipholt, no, it's not mandatory for directors to attend council meetings unless they have something on the agenda. I do encourage them, though, if they wish to attend a council meeting, to observe council, to do so. And actually, I think Mr. Cuff even made that recommendation, that way they can see council, see the questions council will ask, and assist them in preparing reports and knowing what items are a concern of council. But it's not mandatory that they're here.
So, I'm just wondering, and then my very last question, and this is ICC. So, can I go to an ICC meeting and sit as a backbencher kind of person and watch the processes? Is that acceptable or not acceptable?
You can.
I can? Okay.
So it's the same as any other, like any of us, if I'm not correct, but at the ICC, actually, if it's at the county, there's a space for gallery, because sometimes the alternates will sit in the ICC meetings so that they're up to speed in case they're needed for, I'm explaining that. And also, like, are we not also allowed to go to any of the committee meetings, just we're not allowed to participate, we can observe? That is correct, okay.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship, for allowing me to ask those questions. Thank you, Mr. Kraus, for the answers.
Okay,
And Ms. Quillen.
Counselor Phillips has some administrative inquiries.
Yes, just one question. I know we had talked about the waterfall that we have in town here, and that we were gonna look at doing some trail maintenance there and maybe some signage. Is that still something that we're looking to do for 2023?
So, Your Worship, so to Councillor Phillips, yeah, to maintain that trail, we're just gonna keep it as a natural type trail, and if there's brush or whatever needs to be cleared, then we'll do that. But that's part of the whole Riverside development also. Just to let council know, we've met with Ms. Cote on that. She's not available to April, but when she returns, then we'll be setting up a committee of the whole meeting to discuss development down that area.
Is that all the questions you had? Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Is there any other administrative inquiries for today? Seeing none, are there any notices of motion today? Yes, Councillor
Yes.
Phillips.
Yes, I just would like to make a notice of motion to bring up to either the next council meeting or the one after. It doesn't have to be the next one. Just looking at, the homeless issues resolution for AM, and as long as we're talking about resolutions, the cannabis resolution that we attempted to put in the last one that was late, I would like to talk about putting the cannabis resolution back on the table again.
Thank you very much. Did we want to put also at the same time a resolution for the Hospice Society while you're doing your list of motions?
I think we already have one for that, don't we? Yes.
Okay, just checking, because you had the list there. Is there any other further notices of motion? So, just because we're creeping on our time, I'll break for a few minutes before we go into closed session. But do you want me to make my motion to extend our time past 4 hours now so that we don't have to break out and do that? Because, yeah, so I think I'll present that motion now, that we go past our 4 hours so that we conclude the business of today's meeting. And because I feel that we're going to go over time with the number of items that we have to discuss. All in favor of that motion, or is there any questions? No, all in favor. Okay, so that's carried. And so I will call a brief recess to let everyone that's not for 16.1 leave, so I can, so 3-minute recess to clear the room, and then we'll go into closed session. Thank you.
We are live.
Thank you very much. We've just come out of closed session. It is, and I'm going to make a motion. I make a motion to ask administration to let the Hospice Society know that both the county and the town are making resolutions at the RMA and the AM, where we'll partner up with another county and another municipality to bring it to the government's attention and have Alberta municipalities or rural municipalities look at funding for hospice through the provincial government. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. Seeing as there's no other business today, I will adjourn today's meeting. Meeting adjourned.